all this rally make my blood pressure go up.
And the people who are platform for him, who are supporting him.
So you should get a filter sometimes. Filter your thoughts before you say.
I'll continue to take blood pressure medication until
Why are you getting high blood pressure, Jonaba? Now,
I'm not taking medication for myself. I'm taking it for people like some of you guys that after the January, February something, and then people like Soludo, that is a good spoiler. I thank God for his life. He's working for my.
And I am ready to die defending Nigeria in whatever way. When it is God's time for us to go, it is
you
not
took my
going
time to go. You are ready to defend Nigeria. I gave you
I'm coming.
Alexi, hold on. You already started.
What I'm saying, defending Nigerians is this.
I gave him my time and he's using it to defend
No, sorry.
Alexi.
Sorry.
I hope that Nigeria wins. I'm never going to wish any president evil so that I can say I told you so. No, I won't wish them evil. I hope. You see, I'm not praying. There's no point. I can't pray for Nigeria to be fine. I only hope that Nigeria wins and Nigerians win. Because if you choose a dodgy doctor who has a dodgy record, who has, all sort of accusations leveled against him, to say this doctor, we think he's done this, or this doctor, this surgeon, yes, he's a senior surgeon, he's the most whatever surgeon, but there are a lot of accusations leveled against him. If you choose him to operate on you, and you tell me to pray for you that it doesn't kill you surgery, what's the point? I can't pray. You might make it, you might not make it. My prayer won't change anything. So I hope Nigeria and Nigerians win during Tinubu's 4 years. Thank you.
Thank you.
Uncle, right? I have the right to address Showore the way I like. You don't know what Showore did to me. So learn to control your emotion, right? That's the only thing I'm going to tell you. But if you don't want to control your emotion and you insult me here, I'm going to insult you 100%.
Okay.
You understand? You cannot insult me on a normal ground. Physically, you can't insult me, right? I will treat you like a child. If you insult me physically, I will handle you like a child. I don't care your age. Do you understand? You are powerful over the camera, so you can say whatever you want to say, but you can't yet say it to me physically. You understand? I will handle you like a kid.
Can we arrest the meeting ground? Can we arrest the meeting ground?
So learn to control your emotion. You understand?
Okay.
Please don't take him out. I also have a right to respond because you mentioned my name. There's no need to take him out. All you have to do is to meet them or something. And you're taking too long to manage them.
Comment.
What did you say?
Comment.
I know, but he mentioned my name, so I'm asking to respond to him.
When he gets your time, then you make up.
No. He mentioned my name.
If you want to make it rowdy, I will take you out.
Take me out, you son of a bitch. Take me out. You think you're a big boy because you're moderating.
Take him out, please.
Hello, come on. Don't use such word now.
Don't forget, that state is now oil producing state. So they now have derivation, if you are not aware. So if you want to speak for anybody, please do not defend a Kalata like a Yabelo. Please do not.
Okay, let me respond to him 1 second.
Do not defend a Kalata like a Yabelo. Do not.
All right, thank you, Mohammed.
The people of that state.
Can I respond to him?
No.
Then go to hell. Rudolph, go to hell.
All right.
Rudolph, I've never seen this part of him before. Tinubu is a criminal, yes, of course, a categorical grade 1 criminal. The only person more criminal than Tinubu in Nigeria is probably Babangida. But he's a criminal, and is he fit for purpose? Absolutely not. Should Tinubu be the president of Nigeria? Categorical no. Is there a better option than him? That is subjective. So show me who he is.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. It's good to have you back on stage.
It's been one good day, today with Nze Tobe, and it was a good discussion. I'm not on that that extreme where he is. I mean, I'm not a traditionalist, but I understand traditional custom and tradition of the Igbos, at least to a large extent, because I work with the elderly, and those who work with elderly people always know a lot of things. And today it was a very good discussion, and I'm not going to waste time before bringing people in. I just want to give my opinion so that I can get that out of the way. There are many things which Nze Tobe said today which I don't agree with. For instance, they're talking about why should people continue. Okay, that's from Dr. Mo. Why should people continue to do traditional wedding and white wedding? And they don't seem to understand this. In the Bible itself, and if you go to any Bible believing church, they will tell you that the traditional marriage you do is more important than the Christian marriage. The Christian marriage is a blessing, just to bless your marriage. The real tradition, the real exchange is done when you do a traditional marriage. That's where the parents of the bride hands over, to the family of the groom. And that is what is regarded, even in the Bible, that's talked about, that if you are interested in marrying a lady, you go to the parents and pay the required bride price. That has not been negated by the church. Sometimes some people bring accusation against the church because they know very little about the Bible, apart from just flipping through the pages. When you flip through the pages of the Bible, you also understand it by just flipping through, just like any other person. But when you take your time to search for an understanding, it will also open up to you. So we as Christians do not say because you are doing a Christian wedding, you cannot do. In fact, most churches will tell you that they will not wed you if you have not done a traditional marriage where the father of the bride hands over the bride to your parents or your people. And some churches also will tell you that you don't even necessarily need to do a church marriage. So if you have been wedded, if you have done a traditional marriage and you come, some pastors are good enough to say, you know what, come into my office, bring your friends, bring your family, and I'll do a church blessing for you. And that's what they do. They don't even, in fact, nowadays, most churches will tell you, don't even want you to spend your money. If you don't like, we'll just do it this way. If you have the money to spend, okay. So let's not continue to heap accusations on the church. And I find it a bit strange that almost every other religion on earth seems to be attacking only the Christian, religion. Why do you always start? We know that God is not a Christian, and no Christian has ever told you that God is a Christian. God is God, but He has given us a way in which He can be approached. Just like they traditionally said, they say so. There's a way you follow the masquerade or the deity. The deity has steps, and so also God has steps for you to follow Him. So if you can follow the steps of your deity, I don't know why you find it difficult to believe or to follow the ones that the Christians say that's the way to follow the God that they serve. God, Dr. Mo said, is a German word. It doesn't matter where the word comes from. We all know what we're talking about. Just like tomorrow now, every other word we speak today came from one other tribe or the other. So it does not matter where the word comes from. We know what we're referring to when we say God. Okay, that's what we call God. It doesn't matter what the people think it is in their language. After all, Abia State, in the Igala language, Abia means shit. So are we shit state? Abia in Igala language means shit. Are we a shit state? In our Igala land, you can call it Abia and say shit. But in Abia state itself, where I come from, if you call it Abia, we know that Abia is taken from the words of some of the local governments that formed Abia State to make Abia. So you see, so when we go to say because this word represents God, this is a deity in Germany, and that's what they call God, then that's why we should reduce it to what we're saying. It doesn't stand for me, And then In the Bible, some of the most powerful things, and see, sometimes, like I said, people don't understand the Bible and they go ahead and make far into things that don't exist. Who said that Christians don't speak to the ground, the earth, the land? Who says so? The earth and water is one of the most oldest things on earth. They were here before mankind even existed. So Christians also know the importance of those things, but they are not God. Allah, above God. Water is not God. But we can speak to those things. Everything on earth that you see has a voice, has an ear, and can hear, and you can speak to it. And that's not strange to anybody who is a practicing Christian. We know that. Okay, and then some people say, why are we following the tradition? This Christians just came yesterday. So, and we should evolve with time. So let us see now, will the sun change tomorrow and become moon? Is the moon tomorrow going to stop shining and become stars? Will today night not come? And will tomorrow morning not be tomorrow morning and the day after? These are things that are also, constant. So when we talk about things that are evolving and how we need to make adjustment for the new age and time we live in, let us also know that there are certain things that have remained before time started and they've not changed. For instance, the other day I was thinking about water. The water that we are drinking here on earth is probably water that was the same one that rose up to, to submerge the whole earth. Because where is the water that you and I used to go to the loo? Where did they go to? How is it purified? How does it come back to us? If the water that started it at the time of existence still remains the same water we are drinking, don't you think that the water has a lot of data itself and that also can stand as a way of sending a message? So these are things that we sometimes we negate when we make, infer into certain things. Again, I as an Igbo person, I find it a bit difficult to swallow those people who make comments like Nnamdi Kanu and his cohorts. My brother, if you could have done better, Nnamdi Kanu has been in prison for the past 5 years. You have not done anything. Whether you are an intellectual in Igbo land or not, you have done nothing. You have not even done anything. Okay, now that insecurity, just like he also admitted, insecurity, Simon Ekpa has been, having his time in Finland. Nnamdi Kanu has been arrested for the past 5 years, is languishing in DSS dungeon in Nigeria. What has changed? Is it same his people that are keeping the people of the East to stay at home every Monday? And then some of us are quick to saying, if you know how much the Southeast have lost for just sitting at home, hey, come on, wake up. Wake up and smell the coffee. You guys have suffered even more. In 1965 to 70, what was the commercial activity that went on in the Southeast? When the war ended and they gave each of your parents 20 pounds, what commercial activities were there in the East? That today, the one day that you are sitting to make a point known, where you and myself are being treated as, inconsequential citizens, or even if they regard you as citizens, one day to make that point becomes that will kill the whole of the Southeast. You guys, I don't want to use the wrong word. And I find it a bit irritating that when you call a man who has put his life on the line, he has no reason to be there, and said, look, this injustice must be addressed. So that since you are in the Omenala, I thought you use your powers to now get the Nigerian government to do what is right to the Southeast. Instead, you are saying that the man who doesn't have that power that you have is fighting with the one he knows, which is the one he understands. And you are there condemning him and his people. I find that very irritating, and that's why I logged off, because I felt that was going too far. Look, if you are a man here and you cannot, a woman, a human being, and you cannot recognize when somebody has put his life on the line for a purpose, for a cause that he believes, and you cannot admit that that person is something, then I don't think I have anything to, I don't have anything to discuss with you. Because those who brought the civil rights that we're enjoying today, those who went, South Africa, Mandela didn't get on a platter of gold, okay? Martin Luther King didn't walk on that, that street for nothing, okay? They knew that their lives were in danger and they were able to sacrifice it. Then you wake up today and tell me that what he did was rubbish. This guy has been languishing. I don't know if some of you know, Nnamdi Kanu is not from a poor home. His father was the king of their village before he passed. He lost his parents on this course. He lost his mother, his father on this course. And some people come and tell you, just open their mouth and speak unadvisedly. I think that is very, very sad. And I think any Igbo man who think you are doing your paymasters a service by speaking, just speaking out and saying those, I think you are doing yourself a disservice, not the people you even think you are trying to please. Because when those people finish with Nnamdi Kanu, likes of Nnamdi Kanu, and the likes of me, then they will come for you. That's the truth. Get it and be at peace with it. That's the truth. So saying that doesn't make make them recognize that you are now better than the rest of the Igbo people, because you like it, you don't like it. Only Igbo. All right. So we speak to the earth also as Christians. We speak to the earth. We address elements of the earth. We address those things that have to do with the earth. So when somebody tells you that we're not doing that, or they don't understand it, we Christians speak to the earth. We do those things. All right. All right. Now, again, it's interesting to know that, like he discussed, and I don't want to dwell a little bit too much on the issues of the IPOB, but you mentioned that a bit of sometimes. Look, if we don't have anything to contribute, let us leave it at that. It don't make you any different when it comes to talk down IPOB. IPOB simply means indigenous people of Biafra. I am Biafra. I'm Igbo. Indigenous people of Biafra. I am indigenous. I'm part of it. Go and sit down and think about those things. Unless you say I'm not indigenous, unless you say I'm not Igbo. When Buhari was addressing the issue of IPOB, he said, you IPOB, you think you can escape anything. You're just a dot in the circle. He didn't say only the members of Nnamdi Kanu movement. It means all you Igbos. Because if you think he was talking about Nnamdi Kanu people, he said they own properties all around Nigeria. Does Nnamdi Kanu people own properties all around Nigeria? They are referring to you. Wake up and smell the coffee. Stop deceiving yourself. All right. Having said that, I'll move on. And yeah. So there are many things that was said that I think is being misconstrued. Like, for instance, the one that Dr. Mo talked about, which is addressing the witch of Endo, that King Saul approached. It was outlawed. Witchcraft and wizardry was outlawed, but he went in the secret of the night. Are we saying that those who practice witchcraft and wizardry do not tell the truth? We're not saying that. But we're saying that the process of getting to the truth is not pure. And once it's not pure, it's like passing through the window to enter a house. You are not legitimate. You are illegitimate. Having said that, I want to invite people and let's join and hear your own opinion. Mr. Mazi Okpara is here. Let's get him in. And thank you so much for coming. And I'm sure you must have listened to my rant. I also have Mazi Christian. Yeah. And it's good that I have you guys, because so many of you didn't have an opportunity to answer your questions and probably give us your feeling about what went down. But here we are, we have an opportunity of doing that. That's what this program is meant for. So, Mazi Okpara, let me come to you. Welcome. And what is your view or take on all that we discussed today?
Yeah, KJ, yeah. In fact, I was almost, sleeping, and then I heard that you are coming. That's why I just woke up again.
Thank you so much.
You are my man. I don't know how to get your contact, honestly.
I will send it to you, sir.
How?
I will send it through Dr. Damages. Or rather, I'll put it on the backstage. Do you have access to the communication at backstage? What is called? It's called private chat.
Okay, let me see, because sorry, I just want to get it.
Yeah, I can see your private chat. Yeah, I'll send my number to you. Okay, it's going to be on the private chat, and it will be there until the program is over. So even if you don't get it now, you can always get it when you're ready. Okay, Mazi Christian, welcome, sir. Kebaka otu ekesi echangu. You're muted. You're muted. You're muted.
Yeah, eke na anyanwụ ya naketa ebe na ya atụgharị ya naketa ebe na ya atụgharị.
Thank you so much.
You know, I'm always interested in this kind of culture, especially Igbo culture, and you know, I'm very, very always interested. Once I see this thing, I always like to come. Appreciated the guy's presentation. Actually, the only problem I had is like, you know, he seemed not to understand that part of civilization is to be organized. You know, I was telling Dr. Damages before we closed that I went to a white man's church. The white man said God is limited.
Yes.
So, so he said God is limited by the free will of man.
Yes, sir.
And it seems to me that people don't understand that the concept of God, human is a human concept. You know, human being is made of two aspects, the physical and the spiritual. So anytime you want to talk about God or the spiritual issues, it's always human concept. And as long as I know, the Igbos have their own concept, which is their cultural thing, and which is actually have been helping them all the years and help them to develop the much they can. After all, we were first a democracy before the white man became democratic. You know, we used to know something they call Ozon and Nka. So we all don't know these things. So it's not like the white man brought them. So the point I'm trying to make is that even when it comes to God, we have our own system of attaining spirituality, which is what it's all about. You know, then but the Christianity said to you, this is the way they want to attain the spirituality. I have no problem with it. After all, culture is always it's a living thing. It's always interactive. So but the issue I have is that with the Igbo elite is that they seem to have abandoned everything, from our language to our culture to our system of governance, everything, and it has not helped us in the present day Nigeria. You know, and then and when people talk about because he was talking about, which is what actually the only side I wouldn't say I hate him, but he lacked understanding of what Mazen Nnamdi Kanu stands for and what he's calling for. Okay, this I've always told them that Nnamdi Kanu didn't start agitation. It's natural inborn. The Igbo people have always wanted freedom, self-determination. This was addressed by Right Honorable Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe in 1949. I keep on saying it. It's just because our people don't read. You know, if you go there, everything that Nnamdi Kanu has been talking about today was canvassed, was discussed in that address. But the only difference today is that Nnamdi Kanu meant it. He meant that we should be free. We should be self-determined. Whereas the other person, the other Nnamdi Azikiwe, was deceived by the lure of having a big Nigeria, which he himself knew that it wouldn't work. But probably he thought he was going to be the first prime minister, and then he would be able to, to organize Nigeria according to his own thinking. But it didn't work that way. So Igbo man is now stuck in between the deep sea and the hard rock. So when I listened to his presentation, which though the internet wasn't much the same, but most of the things he talked about the Igbo cosmology, the concept of God, impersonal chi, and reincarnation and all those things, which basically, if you go through the Old Testament, is there. So I sometimes think that probably because the Igbo people have embraced that because of those Old Testament practices. Because if you look at, if you go to the Old Testament, it will look like you are discussing Igbo culture, whether it is sacrifice or whether it is reincarnation or whether it is all those kind of practices they do, circumcision and all that. So that's why I think that we need to go back, because there's no society that develops without their culture. And I've always said it, the difference between us, Africa, and Asia, which the Europeans also conquered and colonized, is that the Asians retained their culture, whereas Africa embraced the European culture. You can never understand the culture if it is not, it's just like you being removed from a fish being removed from the sea, the natural environment, and put in a puddle, you know. So he can only be running around trying to figure out how to survive, okay, in a puddle. But if it's in a big, large fish, a large sea, he will be swimming around. It will be a natural environment, so he will survive. But if you are put in a puddle, it will be difficult. So that's where I stop for now.
I agree with you totally, Christian. And I want to quote from Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe's speech of 1949. I said, the Igbo people have reached a crossroad, and it is for us to decide which is the right course to follow. We are confronted with a routes leading to diverse goals. But as I see it, there is only one road, and that I can safely recommend for us to trend. And it is the road to self-determination for the Igbos within the framework of a federated Commonwealth of Nigeria and the Cameroons, leading to a United States of Africa. Other roads, in my opinion, are calculated to lead us astray from the path of national self-realization. For those who keep saying that the Igbos don't know what they're talking about, this is 1949, I'm quoting. 1949 that Nnamdi Azikiwe was making that address. And I just read an extract from that, one of the paragraphs in that address. So it is not today that we have come to know that the place that we are being led has no future. These people were able to see it. And that was why people like M.I. Okpara went full force to develop the southern region, knowing that along the way to the path of greatness, there are many stumbling blocks, for which Nnamdi Azikiwe himself identified very clearly in 1949. Again, I repeat the time. This is not Nnamdi Azikiwe's first address, but this is the one that we can hold on to say, he said this. For those who come and say, Ojukwu said, Ojukwu didn't say, I'm just simply saying that he said this, and you can find it. It's out there on the internet. I didn't do any research. I just typed it in and voila. All right, I'll come back to you, Mazi Christian. Yes, Mazi Okpara, let's hear. You were throughout you participated, so let's hear what you have to say with the discussion with our dear dibia from Igbo land.
Yeah, the dibia was, he was too. I think, I don't know, because he came on this platform. I think he was too, I don't know what, I don't want to use some words, against him, but the young man was too rash. He didn't allow people to talk. He was just talking. And when somebody comes on this platform and refuse and be on defensive, that means something is wrong with that young man. What all he said, because I am not somebody, I don't believe on these things. I'm telling you, I don't believe on this, or men are like this and that. It is good, but I don't know them very well. So my problem with him was when he was trying to castigate or bring other religion down, mostly the religion that we grew up with. I am a Christian, not fanatical one. I was a fanatical one until I come over here and then became just a liberal one, But coming here, telling all these kind of things. And when you ask him question, he wouldn't like to answer it immediately. He will start telling you stories and telling you stories, trying to say what actually he doesn't really know much. In fact, I understood the Dr. Mo more than what that young man was talking about. And these people, they are hustlers. These people, they are hustlers. The only way they can make a living is through all these platforms. They have their TikTok, they have their Facebook. They get all this bonus, and that's how they live. For example, he was talking about P2B has no structure. What brought P2B here in his discussion? These people, they are getting some stipends from politicians. That is why even you see how he's comfortably talking, because I don't know, but maybe he could be in good position or in good contact with the sitting governor of Anambra State. That's why maybe it's untouchable. That's why his own dibia is different from other ones that are now in detention. Because it's just when when you are in good time with them, you will dine with them. When you are not good time with them, you will not dine with them. So I believe that I'm not sure, I'm not accused, but my own belief. He brought up P2B's issue. P2B has no structure. Come to neighbor and ask somebody who is the structure. He cannot even, nobody knows him. One person, this man is a politician. Somebody sent him to castigate P2B. I am not a P2B fan. I'm not a politician. I cannot vote in Nigeria. I've never voted in my life until I came here, start voting. When I was in Nigeria, I never voted. I never voted until I came here. So
okay, I want to ask you a question. Are you from Anambra State, Okpara?
No, I'm from Imo State.
Okay, what about you, Christian? Are you from Anambra State?
No, I'm from Imo as well.
Okay, maybe we'll wait for Kene. When Kene comes, you will answer that. But I want to ask you, Okpara. He said that Peter Obi's influence in Anambra State is not able to give the person who is running on the ticket of LP the ticket. And he said that so far, it is Soludo that is the best candidate, as you can see. I thought there was an Ekwenife somewhere in that race. I thought there was other people in Anambra State who also have some name. Please help me out here.
Ekwenife is deputizing the APC gubernatorial candidate, that Okachi.
Yeah, Okachi.
Ekwenife is deputizing him. She is not a direct candidate, but a deputy,
Yes.
So, but my problem with this young man is that I think he came here to talk against P2B, because I don't see he came here to tell us what he does. I mean, he's DBS something, but then he diverted to politics, which I found disturbing. I wanted to ask him, as I asked, if he becomes sick today, where does he go? And Dr. Mo was trying to say there are many DBS. Okay, assuming that today, if he has eye problem, does he go to that local traditional DB that takes care of eye, or does he go to, Western hospital that takes proper care of that can heal him? Because they will come here, they will castigate pastors who are fake pastors, which I condemn too. But themselves, the same thing. If you are DBA, you can heal yourself. Our people, they say, DBA na go through kebi kieno. You don't mean DBA na go through kebi kieno. So
let me.
Yeah.
Can I answer you a little bit before when it comes to culture, let me say it this way. I always believe that there's always this misconception that the white man brought education and civilization to Africa. That's not true. That's never true, not at all. You see, education, there are different types of education. Education is something that you always learn from. It's not the Western, we call this one Western education. Okay? So the Western education, they came, they imposed it on us. Just the way they imposed Christianity on us. So the way they impose their culture, or putting on tie, putting on this and that on us. Now, it means that they actually truncated our own march towards civilization. Now, let me put it this way. I'm very I know for certain that in each leaf in the forest have some
Christian,
chemical.
I won't be too long because this is almost after 12 here. I just wanted, KJ, I've sent you my email. Okay. Please, Christian, let us be honest with ourselves. I'm proud to be a black man. I'm proud to be an Igbo man. But when we see people that are above us, let us accept it. We are talking about civilization today. You are in somewhere you studied in Nigeria, probably you left. You are somewhere where somebody already developed. I am somewhere where somebody developed, because we are incapable to develop our place. Let us be honest with ourselves. China was also colonized. Today, China is also having their own. Look at the way China is growing, because I believe that China was also, they tried to colonize China, and China later got independent or liberated from them. And look at China today. So what stops us, black people, sub-Saharan African people, what stops us from at least, okay, now we are 65 years, we liberated from these people. Let us at least show that we are capable of giving ourselves ordinary pipe-borne water, ordinary schools. We still hope, depending on these people to give us good education, to give us malaria tablets, to give us, vaccinations, malaria. And you are still telling me that we are not, we are lagging behind.
Okay. Yeah, just let me clarify.
No, I don't want you guys to have the discussion, just you and him. I want us to
okay.
And those who are thinking, no, we're not trying to change what the man said. This is people's reaction to probably what the question they couldn't ask. We know what the man said. We know that the man made a comment because Dr. Damages asked him about the politics in Anambra State. And his response is what we are responding to. Don't misunderstand us. We're not trying to, there's no trophy to win here. Okay? No trophy to win at all. And what Mazi Okpara is saying, and I want to put it in the other way around, the question is just like a rhetorical question. If we say we are also at the level of development, why is that our leaders are so wicked as not to give us road, pipe-borne water, electricity, and yet when they steal all the money, they don't invest it in those places where there's no light, no electricity, no water. They come and buy houses in developed countries, send their children to developed countries, come and do holiday in developed countries, the place that another man has built. So if a leader of the first world, or as they call themselves, says you are a bushman from a shithole country, will you be annoyed? That's the question we should be asking ourselves. And on that note, I'll come to Jonaba, who is here also to give his own opinion. You're welcome, Jonaba. And I also welcome Mr. Ahmedfla, but let's hear from Jonaba first.
Thank you, my brother KJ, for having me the reaction section. The man, I listened to him from the very beginning to the end, is knowledgeable about what he's talking about. And one thing that I would like us to understand is that we all have knowledge in a different way and understanding and the way we look at things. But in this subject, in putting it in the context of what he come here for and all the questions directed at him, he answered it to the best of my knowledge very well. We may disagree on how our own view, whether it's on politics or a comment he make about agitation. We may have our different view. You are entitled to it just like it's entitled to it. But one thing that when it comes to what most of us have said here right now, why we cannot develop our place, well, it's bad leadership and a cowardized society who refuse to fight. Um, so, and in that case, when I see young men, whether they are wrong or right, but the fact that they dare to challenge the authority that has been or fight, uh, I give them thumbs up. I may not agree with them in totality of what they do, how they go about it, but the courage spirit to dare to challenge the evil system we have is something we applaud those that are fighting, whether for themselves or for their society. But one thing is clear is that a way forward that this is what the world is turning to. Nothing, what goes around comes around. Nothing lasts forever. And we are seeing a change. One of you have mentioned how many Reverend Father they have killed. Nobody want to see another human being killed, especially not even the Igbo culture or even Africa culture. We believe that a spirit, a human being is bigger, since you cannot create it. Although we believe we produce human being through sexual thing, and we believe it's bigger than that. So it's also understandable that people have a different view, and we should respect that regardless. But the guy is deep in the subject.
You are muted.
So yeah. So I have that to say, uh, basically, and I believe if we continue in what he's saying, and after thing, one thing we should also know that we say he's agitating, or after 3 hours, 4 hours, even KJ that is more or less composed in some ways, you can easily throw him off if after some hours of waiting to talk to people, different people, different opinion. And also, I think most of his talk was the internet that was intercepting his conversation. Maybe he just frozen for some time and all of those things. But I think he's a very knowledgeable guy. We should give him applaud for what he's trying to. I've had Christians every time promoting this kind of value of returning to your root. And I think similar culture around the Igbo area, like those in Benue, they share the same thing. You make a simple explanation. Say you connect to God in your own way, in your own dialect. And the only reason why he do not believe in organizing it is that the way it's done in Newi and any other part are different. And more importantly, even the Holy Bible that we all read, KJ can read the same John 3:16 and interpret it to his own best way. Brother Mike can look at it and read it and interpret it in his own way, especially in the context which is trying to direct it at. So that is what we should see, that he hold the value, he share the value why we should not be more organized than rather you connect to your own chi. That's the simple language you use, chi. Maybe I'll ask KJ to explain what chi means to me better. And this is one of the richest, this is what makes Igbo one of the unique tribe in Nigeria and the whole Africa. And the concept of civilization, no language is better than the other. It's just that some people sell their own better. The English we are using, we are all Nigerians here right now. We should have a common language, but we are now using English because that is what they said to us in the course. And Igbo also can come and become one of the best language related to. And to be frank, there are part of any other part of Africa that are actually in love with Igbo and Igbo culture that practice it really more than Igbos and Yorubas. So let's continue to be open-minded as we have conversation, as we are in the new age of AI and other technology. Let's be open-minded. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Janaba. Yes, Mr. Alamefula.
Good afternoon, good evening, good morning. First of all, God bless you. I'm
on Java.
You mean the year? Okay. Well, I'm on your way.
I want to know what God
bless you.
Yeah.
KJ, you know, I was in and out. I wasn't steady with the conversation, but I think I want to borrow a leaf from what John Abba just said now. Yesterday, something like this came up, and John Abba was here, and he knew where my stand is. You know, I took my faith personal. I don't want to talk about other people's faith, what they believe in, what they want to worship. It's not supposed to be my business. Example is that one of my best family friends where I live here is a Hindu. He's from Suriname, but he's a Hindu. Most of my friends are from Edo State. Most of them believe in so many things. It doesn't separate me from my friends who are Muslims and whatever. We still come to my house. I go to their house. We eat. During their celebration, I go. They invite me. When Christmas, I invite them. We come to my house. It doesn't change anything. Whatever you think you believe, that's your belief. I'm not gonna use my own to impose my own on what you believe in, right? So I am always very careful. John Abba had what I said here yesterday night. I'm always very, very careful when we talk about faith, religion. I don't talk about religion. I talk about Christianity, and it is very, very sensitive and very, very you know, for us to know how to talk about it. The man who came, he said he's a doctor of Omenala. I don't know the kind of the Igbo Omenala he is, because I don't know if he's which one is there. There is a lot of doctors in Igbo tradition, as Dr. Mo was trying to explain, the doctor of those who cure stomach ache, those who do this, those who do that, those, you know, there are so many. So I don't know those who were here from the beginning, what kind of his own Dr. Omenala is he, because I don't know. I wasn't here to understand his own area of, you know, his own area of belief in the traditional way of worship. So which one is his own? Maybe KJ, you were here from the beginning. I don't know what was his own part of what he believed in. I don't know what he practiced, you know, but so I can't completely say I'm going to have anything to say unless like KJ, who started from the beginning, can tell me what he said that he believed in or what he practiced.
Okay, he believes in Omenala, Omenani. And I, in response to that, I said to Dr. Mo that the word Omenala has always been in my dialect, and that the elders of my community do not distinguish between, the so-called, so many gods they are calling, and the God of the heavens. That is a likely that if an elder in my community wants to throw kola, the first thing he does is to call Chukwokike Obiama, and then he calls the the lineage that that he has come from. Okay, in other words, in the Igbo methodology, we believe that the God that we have different variations. In other words, there is the God of ancestors and all the rest and all the rest and all the rest. In the Christian religion, we know that in heaven it's not only God that is in heaven. We know that in heaven you have other beings in heaven. There are the 24 elders. There are the cherubims, there are the seraphims, there are the covering cherubs, there is the 4 living creatures. There are many others that I cannot count. There are legions of angels, all with different titles. So, in the Greek methodology, if you did meet, and that's why I said to him earlier that when I was asking a question, I said I studied theater arts as my first degree, so I know the Greek methodology, the suits, and all these things. But at the same time, they didn't call that to be God. They said that these are the God of facilities and the God of this, is a God of that, but they made the person, the creator of the heaven and the earth, they still know as God. So are we saying that the creator of the heaven and the earth in the Igbo tradition is not God, or that our own God is not the same God that we worship, that Igbos have a different God? That's where I couldn't find a footing, and I don't know, because Christians seem to know all about it, so he may be able to give us an understanding. Christian, tell me, so is the God that we, the Igbos, worship different from the God of the heavens?
First of all, let me correct you. You said you know. You don't know. What you say, you believe.
Okay.
And okay, so because you don't know.
I don't know.
When you said yes, you don't know there is God, or there is a cherubim, or there is a heaven, or there is hell.
No, I know that.
You believe, but you
No.
believe.
No.
You believe.
You see, Christian,
there's a difference between belief and know.
Okay.
Because something you know, you have to have an empirical or physical you have to be empirical to be able, you have to be physical, you have to show it. So to say that you know this. But when you believe, it's just simply saying, admitting that you don't know, but because of your faith, you believe that this will happen, or this is what, and that is what religion is all about. But let me say this, God in Igbo cosmology, say Allah. Let me put it this way: human being is made of 2 aspects, the physical and the spiritual. Now, God is a human concept. The fact that you are unable to understand the physical phenomenon that's around you, that surround you, leaves you to think there is something higher or higher being that made them. That's how the concept of God started. Now, say you come to say like Igbo man, he drops something on the ground, and that thing grows up, and say to grows up to become a new a food for him to eat. Now he thinks that there is God of earth that allows that thing to grow. Then maybe he sees the thunder, baja this and so he thinks that that is a God that that goes with fire, that kind of thing to destroy. So these concepts are things that human beings sees, and then he attribute them, say this is God. So that's why you find that in Igbo concept there's so many cheese or personal, because we always say bofu nemo, bofu chieke, because you are able to do certain things, even though you are born with the same parent, the same destiny, but your siblings are unable to do those things. So because we don't know, and that's why we think this is God. Now, the reason why I'm coming from this concept is simple. The reason I'm coming from this concept is simple. You know, even the Christianity that the white man brought to us, I've told you here, I went to white man's church and he said God is limited. But when they brought it, they always say God is omnipotent, omniscient, omni this and that. Okay? But white man.
Chris, when you said that, you know, I didn't want to interrupt you, but I repeated it again, so let me interrupt you. I've said on this program that the will of man is stronger than the will of God. I've said it on this program.
Yeah. So we are saying the same thing. We are saying the same thing. Okay, so what I'm trying to explain to you is simple.
Let me rephrase. Do you believe in reincarnation? And if that's the truth, if you believe in reincarnation, what is the position of the Igbo methodology on reincarnation as vis-a-vis as a Christian?
Okay, as Igbo man, yeah, Igbo. There's this Igbo concept that human being, you know, he explained it actually. The man explained it very well there when he was presenting his destiny. That human beings do not die, kind of, they just go on errand and they come back. Okay, so and there are even certain things happened that I know of that tells me that sometimes convince me of reincarnation. You understand? I do seriously believe that it's reincarnation.
All right.
Like I said, I can tell you stories.
Yes, if you can.
I can tell you stories to confirm that. Okay, it's just like I have a cousin. When he was born, he was sick, extremely sick. He was sick and sick and sick. And they were calling him a different name as somebody, you know. So, you know, the parents, they always, you know, they have Lawrence. Say, one age or a potara, I want a guy then here. So at some point, this small child said that person Hanako, I want Lorian. Then he named the person who feel Oku say Lorian. And there's no way that child would ever know that that person existed in the past. There's no way, but he called the name of that person. And from that time on, it seems that his sickness just disappeared. You know, it may be a coincidence too, like I said. You know, it could be a coincidence, but what I'm trying to explain to you is that such a thing leads you to think that concept of reincarnation exists. But I'm not saying because it is unverifiable. You understand? Okay. But I'm just saying because something about religion is that your things you believe in is something that you do with belief and faith. They are unverifiable, and that's the problem.
All right, let's move. Yes, Mr. Okpara. Can you have heard what Christian said? The Igbos have this belief of reincarnation, and there's this story that ran in Lagos of the lady who married an Igbo guy who was who had accident and passed on, and came back and married somebody in Gabon. I had 4 children, 5 children, and eventually brought her back. And I can look for the video, Jonah, don't laugh. This is real. In fact, it was a very popular story. It's featured in if you follow Nigerian news, you know a guy called Expensive, okay, in Lagos. It was an Expensive news, and Expensive dived into that story and we got people. He got people from their community who confirmed these stories, and eventually, so yeah, there are mysteries. And Christian, you said something I like. We Christians say you said the world people exist in three ways. No, two ways. No, they exist in three ways. You have the body, the soul, and the spirit. You see, the last one that people don't talk about is the spirit, which will eventually go back to the person who created it. The soul, the body will then eventually leave itself and is done with this world. And that's why, but that's a different topic for another day. So let's not go there, because not everybody that is on this channel now that is ready to hear that one. Yes, Mr. Okpara, go ahead. You heard what he said. Do you believe in that? And have you heard anything like that that have occurred before?
Yeah, as an Igbo man, reincarnation is I believe everybody. I know whom my parents told me. I know that I am from. After he died, this and that. I think every Igbo child, up to tomorrow, they still do it. Tell you are the next person. You are from this person. You are from this person. So I still know at least whom my parents told me where I came from. But I think that is what we call also Omenan. All those things are part of Omenan. But because I don't believe that or some of things we see as our tradition and culture could be something that other people don't even cannot even admit at all. So I think it means different things to different people. Your culture could be different thing to different people. Where I'm always and this will be my last thing because I have to go and sleep now, is Ekene said something. Sorry, I'm not trying to divide. Ekene said that the religion did not bring any civilization to Africa. I think that was also very wrong, because I think it was the missionaries that came with their religion and their kind of education that made us to at least read and write as we speak. The so-called founding fathers, all of them went to missionary schools. They became educated. They went and came back and fought the colonial masters. So I believe that religion really brought civilization. Even here where we live.
Apostle.
Even where we live.
I've been on an online meeting.
Yeah. Even where I live here, even in America.
No, I'm still on.
Even in America where you live.
I can call you back when I finish.
Gage, I think you're talking.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Even in America where you live, here where I live in Germany, the society was built under a religion. It was religious people that developed these people, this place we are, even in Europe, even in America. So somebody telling you that religion has nothing to do with education, I think that person is trying to be a little bit mischievous. Even in Islam is a religion. It's also brought civilization to northern part of Nigeria, because sometimes when you will see, oh, these people they don't go to school. No, they went to school, but they went to Arabic school. It's a civilization. So these things, we have to put them in right perspective. That for me, the way I believe that Christianity, the missionaries came. Okay, they had their own flaws. They had their own brutality too, but they really at least helped us to develop faster that we could have developed. They helped us in many ways, so I have to say it the way I feel it. And our brothers who are well educated, when they come here, they will tell you it doesn't. No, don't say that. But my problem is that you are well educated, You went to university, you are a doctor, but you find it difficult to stay in your country. In your country. You run away from your country to another man's country. And you don't find you find it difficult to believe that something is wrong with us. I mean, I'm sorry. It's very difficult for me to understand it. Good night from here. It is almost 1 o'clock here in the morning.
All right, thank you so much, Mazi Okpara. We appreciate your time and the treasure you are spending with us. We appreciate your contribution. Many people also on the online are appreciating it. I want to call Otti. Otti, you are making more comments than those in the studio. Please stand up and then let's discuss, because you probably have an area that we're not touching, which you intend to touch for us. Yeah, Jonaba. And then let's face the fact. The truth is that we know in parts. Nobody knows everything. You know, I talking here. I've interviewed people who have died and come back to life. If I'm not, let me not exaggerate. In the course of my doing documentaries, I must have interviewed more than 18 people who have died and come back to life, and I've heard their stories and what they said about heaven and what they said about the places where they were. So we don't know it all. We know in parts. That's what the Bible says. So I don't believe any dibia, whether you're a native doctor, you are a primitive doctor, you are the one who started the native doctor movement, that you know everything. Everybody knows in parts. And we also prophesy in parts. You know, some days ago, and I'm coming to you with this, Ajonaba, some days ago, some people woke up and said the war is going to end on the 25th of September. That when 25th comes, the war will end, the rapture will happen. Okay? When 25th came, that man now have moved to the 6th and the 10th, between the 8th and the 10th of October. We all know in parts. Nobody knows it all. Okay? But if you come here and tell me that you know it all because you have a little knowledge and understanding, then I want to disagree. But Jonaba may have a different opinion.
My brother with you and Rondo Mazi Okra was saying, our story as Black and African is a pitiful story of a wandering people that we are still having this conversation. Hopefully that this one day our children will have a benefit of their own ancestral home. He said that while we are all scattered around the world, if we don't believe that Christianity or religion has brought something for us, well, I think it's like gonorrhea. It is sweet you, it dey pain you. So there is side of it that is true, the side is not. We could have grown in our own space. When you jump up, the tendency that you come down from where you jump from is there. So we were never allowed to grow in our own way before they invaded us, and we have been struggling. I want to use this as an example of him saying that if we do not, while we could not help ourselves, we are medical doctor, all that around the world. Let's use the IGP camp in Benue, for instance. These people, they are living in their own ancestral home, providing for themselves in their best possible way they could take care of their wife and children. And life was that. And they were attacked in so many cases, middle of the night. And what did the government do? They created this place for them and never have a plan to fight for them to go back to their ancestral home. What do you say to that? It's called pure poor leadership, no will, pure evil. Because if you really have your people in mind, after you come as a governor, that collecting the security vote money to secure your people, the first thing you want to do is to make sure that you fight back, that these people return to their home. So if they could not return, it's because of poor leadership, and they don't have the resources to return because they don't have the army on their side, they don't have the police on their side, they don't have anything to fight back. So it's also in our own situation. Whatever the infrastructure we don't have, whatever water, hospital we don't have, it's poor leadership. And like I said earlier, it is because we are not determined to fight, and we think whether through political way or something that there will be a way out. The level of declaration of our society, there's nobody that you're gonna come and save us from ourselves than us push back on these principalities and power that dominate us and make the best of us useless. So it's not about we cannot. Uh, it's not because could if we are allowed, we could have grown in our own space and so and become who we want to be. And another thing in reincarnation is belief. Belief is stronger than anything else. Whatever you believe, you can become. If you believe in yourself and the whole world give up on you, you can still make it. You can still become. It's a determination. So belief is a strong thing. Whatever you don't believe doesn't work for you. If you and I, if you are a Christian and I'm a Muslim, you call me unbeliever, I call you unbeliever. It's not that I'm wrong or you are right. It is because I don't believe what you believe. There's nothing. It's the uniqueness of life. So the reincarnation, some people believe in it. Some people, I think, I experienced this. I don't know how real it is, but there was a guy, and this is a life story. And he was a manager in the northern part of Nigeria, a manager of hotel where prostitutes come. And one day he saw this girl, this lady, and he said, "This is my sister that have died many years ago." It was a big fight, and he ran to the police station. That I saw my sister. What will I do? I want to. So it was very chaos, and as he ran back to the hotel, he did not meet her again. So I don't know what to say about that kind of a thing. He believes strongly that it was his sister. I said, let's go home. Where do you go? Yeah, you die. So and he's a grown man. Is that somebody that they look alike? It's possible. Some of the resemblance can be so identical, but he believes strongly. And but the strange part of it is that when they come back, when the hotel is by the road, when they came back, they didn't see her again. So there is mystery out there. Life is bigger or deeper than we understand. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ike.
In Igbo perspective, a lot of people believe in reincarnation. Like I was told that my grandfather reincarnated in me, my grandfather, I didn't know my grandfather, but they said he reincarnated in me, and it's a kind of a belief that we have in Igbo land that sometimes if I'm walking in the street, if I'm walking around the village when I was still very young, some people will see you. Who is the son of this? They say the son of Justin Alamefla. I said it. This is the photocopy of his grandfather. So I don't know what I don't know what to believe. So, but they who knows, they see my grandfather in me. Probably, sometimes when I talk or when I do something or the way my life is, they always tell me, they always say, this is the photocopy of the grandfather, and you grow up with that kind of understanding that your grandfather came back to life through you, right? So, but for me personally, you know, it's not something that I want to dwell in, you know, KJ, to be honest with you, you know, because there are so many Igbo traditions and culture. For example, Omara has gone now. I'm from Olu Senatorial Zone. I need Timon, you know, the masquerade. I need Timon many years when we are very small. You know, they made us to be fearful of the masquerade that during the time when we are still very, very young. Over at the time they would do the masquerade can be, you know, can be, you know, if you know where National Stadium Lagos is, the masquerade might be at the National Stadium. And people that are watching it, they are telling us that, you know, it's spirit, it's not a human being. And the people that are watching the masquerade, the younger will be like Costain. You know where Costain, from National Stadium to Costain is far away. You know, so they made it so fearful that you can't even go close to it. They say it's spirit. You know, that the Mongo is a spirit. You know, and that's the way we grew up with it. But as time goes on, when we begin to grow up in the village, we begin to see that, you know, the people have been initiated into the masquerade, you know, and my senior brother too was initiated into it. And, you know, some of my family men were also initiated into it, you know. But before they would tell us the spirit, you know, and at the end of the day, the person that is going to wear that masquerade, he might be your brother. The time he's going to leave the house, you will not know. And when you go to the place of the masquerade, you will not see him. You know, it's kind of a funny thing. You understand? But as time goes on, we begin to grow. You know, people begin to go leave the village, go to towns and cities. You know, you begin to see that the fear of the masquerade has beginning to go away. Eventually, right now, the masquerade now, it is the young boys in the village that they try to go and carry the masquerade. You can stop with both of you will shake hands. Those days, who are you to go very close to Mongo, you know, in those days? But right now, it's something that they used to make fun in the street, in the village. So I don't know, you know, from that perspective, I don't know whether our fathers and our uncles were trying to put, you know, a lot of fears in us that we can't go close to the masquerade, you know. But what I'm seeing in the present day, you know, Igbo land, right? The something now in a teacher obodo Igbo now. I mean, na Germany, I na Spain, and a boom, and a city na village, boom, obodo Igbo, and a everywhere, even London. So it's no more like. So people now recognize it. This is not that when I recognize it, this is part of Igbo culture, right? That is a very sweet culture. You know, displaying your culture and your tradition. It's normal, selling it into the world. You know, so it's something that is fun. But in many years ago, when we are still growing up, they make it to be very fearful that is a lot of that is an spirit, an evil spirit. Don't go close to it. If you go close to it, you will die. Or if the monk touches you, you know, so many things we are said. But as of now, what we are saying now, those people never be a job, but those who go to the European countries, America, right now, or what is there any initiation or it's just fun, you know? People now it becomes something that is fun, and it becomes something like I watched the one that they did in Germany sometime this year or last year. Almost the whole Germans, everybody was dancing, everybody was rejoicing because it's our culture. I was so proud of what I saw. You know, they do it. I think they do it in London also. They do it in America. You know, in Spain. You know, so it's we have a culture. I'm not going to run away from Igbo culture as an Igbo man. No, we have our culture that is so sweet. We have our culture that is so beautiful. That culture of eating together. Everybody in the public, everybody puts hands in that plate. Everybody fufu and everything. Everybody will join hand in Nobi. You know, we eat together. That is something that is so unique about our culture. But you know, the thing that those ones that those domenala and those traditions that are, you know, that people use to, hurt other people to commit, you know, atrocities. I don't want to talk about it and I don't want to be part of it. But
all right,
for me as an Igbo man, I still believe in my culture like you go for. It's normal. It's God. It's the same God they pray to.
You just hit the nail on the head. I'm coming to you, Christian. You just hit the nail on the head. That's what I will try to let the man know. that the Christian religion has never discontinued the importance of the tradition, especially of that of the Igbo land. And before I left the Catholic Church even allowed some people, some tradition, to introduce changing of the kashok to the colors of their own people, bringing in drums, that is native drums, and the ogene to the worship of God in the church. The Catholic priests are one of the most liberal that I've seen. They even follow to dance the masquerade dance. So anybody who comes to tell me that the religion has now destroyed the culture of the people or their people, then I said to you, it is your people who did not accept that religion be part of your people. But for the Igbos that I know, and the majority, I use the Catholic because majority of the Igbo people are Catholics. The Catholic introduced this thing way long as far as I was in secondary school. They allowed their priests to use Igbo traditional clothes to sew their kashok. They allowed them to bring in ogene and drums. Okay? And so it was now left for the people to galvanize their own culture into fitting in. After all, when we read the Bible, we are reading the culture and the tradition of certain people that are Israel. And
sorry,
so
sorry
yes.
to cut you in. Just last week, the American ambassador who visited the governor of Abia State, he was presented with the kola nut, with the traditional plate. I was so much happy when I saw it, because this is who we are. We cannot run away from who we are, right? But the only thing I'm talking about, anything that has to do with fetish thing, you know, I don't want to be part of it, and I don't want to talk about it. But if it is the cultures of the people, oh my God, I am crazy about my culture, because
something there that I wanted to draw his attention to is that very soon now I gotta say that Egano Lomad that you rub your hand. There's nothing fetish about that. It's simply saying you are welcome. If you have come in peace, please indicate by putting the enzo on your hand, for which the owner of the house will put on his hand and give you to put on your hand. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. And then after Oko will have Oji, and then Abawa Oji, Gay Wuroji, Dorona Oko, with also Oji, and they make sure that all in the emoji. What is wrong in that? Is that does this have to stop you from worshiping God? How does that affect anything that has to do with the worship of God? Anyway, Otti is here. Chris, you want to talk about before Otti, because Otti has come with in fact, Otti has been asking us a question, but now he has come to ask.
Yes. I want to say something before I forget. You know, he was talking about masquerade. So this is one of the things I was trying to explain to people, that every society must grow with its culture. No society develops without its culture. Now, the culture is something that, you know, that you can modify. Okay, it's something that you can modify. You can always update to the time, you know, to suit the time you are living in. Now, the reason why I talk about this Mon is an enforcer in Igbo traditional government. Okay, Mon is an enforcer in Igbo traditional government. Even if you read this fall apart, you will notice this. So Mon is always used as a police. It's always used as a modern. In those days, it was used as a police. So in order to fear, you know, human being, they say men are made better not because of love of going to heaven, but because of fear of going to hell. Now, they said that human beings are by their nature sinful. That's why we make laws. Okay? So when we talk about Igbo tradition and this Mon system, it's just to enforce the laws. Like Mon werike igebe ihede. So in either na ube or here or anywhere, nobody enters there. That is a kind of, so in order to make them people to be afraid of them, so that's why this mistress about Mon system, is created. Okay, just the same way they created heaven and hell in the Christian Bible to make sure that people adhere to behave themselves. You know, so what I'm trying to say in effect is that when and the other guy, the other guy that left said, why Christianity brought us civilization. And I said to him, it's not true. And he was wondering why people were unable to give ourselves certain things. I happened to study at Nsukka. One of the things that I know is that if you go to the laboratories of that university, you will see a lot of research work, you know, people carried out that were sitting in the dust there, you know. So the difference between a developed society and an undeveloped society is when you move your researches from the lab to the city, to the human to the production line, and then produce something to give to the people. So it's not like there are lacking researches that can produce things, so people can do things, you know, lack of knowledge of what people can produce. But what the society, the government, you know, what the government is trying, how the government is trying to encourage that researches, or what is the priority of each government, you know. So if we, you know, that's why I said to them, you see, culturally, people cannot grow because it's something that value system. It has to do with value system. So, and when I talk about, I always talk to the people about ethnicity.
All right, let's okay. Yeah, Otti, go ahead, sir. Yes, you have come with a lot of information for us.
Hello, hiya. Good evening, everyone. Well, I listened to the dibia, but I did miss some segments of his presentation. You know, so I was otherwise engaged. All right. So, Christian, let me point out. I think Mazi Opara, you know, when he talked about Christianity as a religion, because you know we have so many other religions, but Christianity did actually not just only to our African societies, but to Europe. Christianity actually civilized Europe, so it brought civilization to Europe. Okay, we can even in political theory, in governance, this idea of even separation of powers, right? You know, I mean, in separation of church, religion from politics, government, is a Christian idea, right? In Rome, for example, there was no such division, you know. So, you know, like, you know, the government and politics and the religion, it's all one power as such. But you remember, you know, Christ talked about give to God what is God and to Caesar what is Caesar. So, and you find out that is a very essential concept in the Western political system. And some other things, you know. I mean, the idea of the concept, you know, like sovereignty, for example, or even human dignity. You know, this is, you know, so they really have religious roots. Christianity as such brought, you know, that's Western civilization. Is the root, is the foundation of it. And then it discovered that Europe, because they have kind of turned their back on the root of their civilization, that's why they're kind of going down. That's a decadence. So religion, Christianity does actually bring civilization. Okay, so you know, that's for me. That is that. So I agree with Maz or Para on that. It's quite correct. So I don't know. You guys have been, you know, discussing so many things. Okay, now things I don't know. I say I don't know. You know, I mean, I'm open to, like to, you know, to learning any subject. You know, anything. now, for example, the topic of reincarnation, I want to say simply that I don't know. I don't have enough information for me to kind of say that yes is a fact, is a reality or not. So I'm just quite open to it. For me, it's just kind of it's incorrect. I don't have so that's I have that kind of approach in so many things. If I don't know, if I don't have enough information, I just kind of leave my mind open about it. Okay, and now where it comes to now culture generally, yes, I mean I think most of us are quite right to accept, to make the point that culture is something that is dynamic. It can be purified. Not everything in culture is good, and such things can be dropped. And I don't is to say that Christianity has destroyed our culture. No, I think it's perhaps just is a wrong way of looking at it. There are things that our forebears practiced. I mean, we cannot say those things are our culture and then carry on with them, even when we know better. We've come to realize that they are not helpful. They're against from experience. From really kind of having a more enlightened kind of ethic, moral understanding of human relationship. So, for example, maybe there was a time, the clean of twins and stuff like that. Maybe somebody, a man dying, and then the wife is, kind of subjected to very inhuman, kind treatment, in the name of culture. Such practices. So, it's if it is something that the light of the Christian religion, Christian worship has brought about, we cannot complain. It's a good thing, So, and the good things in our culture, I don't think Christianity is going to destroy them. Has come to destroy them. I don't think so. For those who are believers, who are Christians, well, speaking for myself, I think even though there's so many things, so many good things in our, I don't know as much of Igbo cosmology, Igbo worldview. I should, I think every Igbo person should. But now, for example, I mean, this there are books I've not read, that actually deals with this. This Igbo dibia thing. A dibia, Professor Ume, John Ume, is from Nobi. Is a known dibia, and so well-educated man. Is the first professor of estate management in Nigeria. So he studied, but he's traveled. He's written books. So have 2 volumes of his book, After God is Dibia, and I've not opened the page, but so he talks about this, and the dibia thing. So it's just not having the time to study, to do the research. Okay, so that is that. The knowledge is there. There are dibias. They know quite a lot. And both in the language, the Alpha language, which only dibias can understand. So that's why dibia is really somebody that is a mystic, learned, has access to deep, profound language, knowledge that is not accessible to ordinary people. That is that. So, but as a Christian, from my understanding, the little I know, because I'm not a theologian and I'm not a philosopher, but at least kind of being open to being interested in kind of knowledge, learning stuff. I think in terms of truth, the universality of the Christ, it's not an European. It's not something. It's not. The West also was how do you say it? Kind of this converted. So it's not. Christianity is not an European phenomenon. It's not an European civilization. Okay, so they were also the way we are. It was brought to us the way we. That's how it came to them. So it's not. It doesn't belong to any people. Okay, but of course, that's if like the threats, the historical threats, the journey, from the Jews and Israelites and all that. But it is a universal, the universality of it. That's what you cannot deny, and it's brought profound changes in the world, in the history of the world. Nothing else has had such an impact, So to that extent, sorry.
Yes. Yeah, go ahead and round up because I want to move.
So to such an extent. So I think whatever truth, and knowledge that is in my Igbo culture, somehow, I said I don't know a lot about it. I don't know much about it, but I'm still interested in looking into that. But in the meantime, the Christian religion, the theology, I think it's that's what I'm an adherent to, at this point in time, and I'm not sure anything will change that in the future, So that is my position.
All right, thank you so much. Aladdin K is saying that we have not been able to watch enough Medivian videos or movies. Please avail yourself to Medivian videos and movies. Maybe they will tell you the story of your great-grandparents better than you are telling it. I don't know, but that's an advice, and we will try and see what to do with it. It's just that the things you guys don't know. Hold on. Movies. Yeah, most of what you guys don't know is that no Igbo parents would not tell their children where they are from and how their journey has been. None. I can say that with my full chest. There's no man who is a man in Igbo land who saw his father with his eyes, who father will not say, this is who we are, this is where we are from, this is that. It doesn't happen. They always tell you. In fact, some parents go to the point of telling you, this is where I failed, this is where I failed, this is where I failed. Don't take this road, don't take this road. But I won't say that. It's not an Igbo day today. One of these days we'll discuss it. Let's move quickly to a video I want us to discuss. And let's watch it. And after that, we'll come back and talk about it.
Also going to talk about legislation I introduced this week to protect Christians in Nigeria. Nigeria has seen a persecution of Christians that has been staggering. Just this week, over 60 people were murdered by jihadists, by radical Islamists in northeastern Nigeria. They executed soldiers. They went house to house. This pattern of targeting Christians, targeting Catholic priests, targeting individual men, women, and children is horrific. And my legislation would put real consequences on the government of Nigeria and those who are facilitating this persecution, put real consequences on them to change that.
Okay, welcome back. That was Ted Cruz from Texas, a very popular Republican senator who, 2016, right, contested vied for the position of the, the ticket of the Republican Party. But I know him as a very serious senator, and he's a lawyer, and most Republicans will describe him as a very aptitude lawyer, very, very sound in the federal justice system. So he's making or taking a swipe at the Nigerian government, not only a swipe, but also going ahead to present a bill in the Senate to try and checkmate the constant, buying of Christians and others around Nigeria. Now the debate came up in Nigeria, and Tinubu responded, which brought up even much more response that he is not true. They are not. The first person who raised this issue we discussed on this panel was Bill Maher. Bill Maher also talked about this and said if the news not carrying it, then your news station sucks. And since then, this information has gone wild. And to be fair, he was very fair, because what the people in Nigeria that are being quiet on daily basis is more than that that's going on in Gaza. But I'll leave you guys. What do you make of this sudden break from the normal news that we have been hearing of the Middle East into what's going on now in Nigeria? Mr. Christian, do you agree with him?
Okay. Well, it's always the case that from time to time the Western government always appear to be interested in African issues and African problems. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but I'm asking, first and foremost, is there a genocide going on?
Well, of course there's a genocide going on. I mean, people don't understand it. You see, I had wanted to talk about to John Nabe. I think he's from Benue State. You know, there is this this thing people don't understand about ethnicity and what the Fulanis are trying to achieve in Nigeria. You know, when the Fulanis came to Nigeria in 1804, they started their madness. They marched through the Hausa land to TV land. The TVs fought them as TV people, okay, and stopped their march. Today, because of the influence, the colonialism, the effect of colonialism, and now they that handed over the power or the government power to the Fulanis. And the Fulanis, through the use of the military, restructured Nigeria to suit their own purpose. Now, today, the TV people are divided into Benue, Taraba, Nasarawa rivers. So each time the Fulanis are fighting them, they come as Fulanis, but they fight them as Taraba, Benue, or Nasarawa people. So they are no longer fighting as TV people. So that power of ethnicity that gave them the initial power to stop the Fulanis have now been removed from them because they want to ethnicize themselves. So that is exactly where the problem lies. Now, we have been trying to explain to people that there is this program the Fulanis initiated to conquer Nigeria. And unless people understand it, because people keep on talking about, let's come together, let's come together. Only you cannot come together if you are different people. Because you know, if you are different people, you cannot come together, you know, except on those things that you agree. But you haven't even sat together to agree on anything. Therefore, it's always easier for those people who like the Fulanis, who have been fighting as a Fulani. They don't fight as Fulani in Sokoto. They don't fight as Fulani in Kano. They fight as Fulani ethnic nationality. They fight as Fulani nationality. So they have been killing a lot of the other indigenous people, whether they are Christians, and then some of them are Muslims, you know. So, but the idea is always to try to ethnic cleansing, that's genocide, so that they can change the demography and become the majority in the north. And then they can use it to go down to the south, march down to the south, and then, you know, eventually they will conquer Nigeria and take over. So I'm saying that the Western world from time to time show interest in the problem of Africa, but they don't show much interest in trying to solve the problem or help the people to try to solve the problem, you know. Or when they see that the people want to solve the problem, they try to stop them from trying to solve that problem. So I don't know what to make of his bill. You know, he can only say, okay, we sanction Nigeria, but the best way, if you want to sanction Nigeria, if you want to solve that problem, is to restructure Nigeria is to make sure that Nigeria is restructured.
Okay.
You know, that's the only thing I would say.
Thank you. Mr. Amefla. Ike.
First of all, before I'm going to respond to Senator Ted Cruz about his comment about what is going on in Nigeria, are they not the same people that is funding this government? Why have they refused to release the file of the man who is in Asoro? Are they not the people who know the file of the man? You know, all these are double standard. I am not interested. He can say what he wants to say. They are the same people who are sponsoring this government. They are the same people that are stopping, you know, Nigerians to have free and fair election. They are the same people that recognize this government that is not supposed to be recognized by anybody, but they recognize it, and that they all allowed what happened in the election in 2023. So what is he talking about? Is it today that we know the killings that is going on in the Middle Belt and in Nigeria as a whole, you know, initiated by the Fulani, you know, Fulani nationality? Is it today that we know that? They know. So is the consequences, like, what is the consequences that the government of Nigeria will receive more than sanction? The sanction, what has been the effect of their sanction in Nigerian politicians? You know, so all these, their stories, for me personally, I think that the first thing they would have done was to release the file that they have prevented us from seeing. That would have been the first thing that he should go and put in the Senate. That the American government, the CIA and the FBI and whatever that is concerned with this man's file, they should release it as they are holding Epstein file. Why are they holding the one of this man? He doesn't know that they are holding his file. He doesn't know what is inside that file. So what are they trying? What is he trying to tell me that I don't know the history of my country. I don't know the politics of America and Europe in Africa, you know, or I don't know what their intentions are, you know. So is it now that they know that killings have been going on in Nigeria? Is it now that Ted Cruz know that there is insecurity in Nigeria? Is it now that Ted Cruz know that this government is illegitimate? Is it now that you know that we don't have a is it not now that you know that this government is embedded in corruption? Is it now that you know that the judiciary of Nigeria has been captured? Everything has been captured. We don't have judiciary. We don't have national security. Your national security advisor says that Nigeria is safe now. I mean, so what is Ted Cruz trying to tell me? You know, you know, when they speak all this big grammar to tell us if there will be consequences, which consequences are we going to see? This man is going to 3 years in this office that he is. Why is this man supposed to be there? Don't American people, American senators and members of the House of Rep and the government in power in America know that this man is illegitimate, but they are still dealing with the same government?
Okay, I need to ask you a question here, Mr. Ike. What do you want? What do you want him to do? Is he supposed to come and help people drive out the people?
I'm not trying to tell him to come to Nigeria and fight for us. What I'm trying to tell him is that they should release the file of this man because they are holding it. We want to see his file.
So I want to ask you a question. That's what I want to ask you. Saudi Arabia and Qatar released the name of those people who were leading Boko Haram. Did your country even mention those names? Did they even mention those people's names?
That's the point, my brother. That's my point.
So now, hold on, sir. So what my question to you then is, if the people have been giving incredible information to your country for which people have never used, why do you want a sovereign country to now jeopardize their own relationship with you, knowing that whatever information they give you, you will not act on it?
Let me answer. Don't go too far. The reason why that the information that has been given to the government is not being used because that government is not legitimate. That's the point. Because it's the same people that you are giving the information. The same people that are there their names are the people that are in the file. So what are they going to do?
Can I come in now?
Wait, Mr. Otti, don't come in first. Hold your peace.
You've been asking so many questions now, so let's.
The people's name that are in those files is the same people that are presently in the office in every department of Nigeria we are talking about.
And that is the reason why KJ is asking you the question. So allow me, please. No, because you started off well, okay. No, but then the question became too much. So those questions are not are they gonna help us? So we understand the situation, you see, and Christian also alluded to it. So it's really for me it's just a waste of time. Now, KJ, yes, quite rightly posed the question: are we not supposed to be a sovereign country, sovereign nation, independent? So why should we wait for another country to save us, come and save us of our problem? So now you ask yourself, there is a certain Mr. Kume, right? He's I think this secretary to the government. He's from Benue, okay? And he was actually one time governor of this state, the epicenter of the so-called genocidal campaign. Is he bothered? I mean, are these not his people that are being, made homeless? It's just a pity. Look, I'm a practical person, I don't believe in too much talk, quite frankly, So we have to, by now we should understand what is going on, understand the situation, read the room, and decide what we need to do. So all this talking now, they talk about unity, okay? Even our president, why he's busy destroying properties in Lagos. They talk about unity or decision. So what people say, it doesn't mean anything. It's what they do. So now, as a people, and I believe in ethnic groups. So that to me comes first. Any unity we're going to have as a nation, as a country, we have to start. We still have to kind of pay first regard, homage, respect to where we're coming from, our root, before anything else, before any unity. So now you look at okay. Now let me just kind of pivot to the Southeast, because as I said, that's the only way we're gonna save ourselves. This united Nigeria, this unity we're talking about, is not helping anybody. Okay, so charity begins at home. So you see, our politicians, we are supposed to be part of this federation, part of this country. Now you see, they almost like we're talking, asking the federal government. Every Igbo leader, person, our governors and our representatives were begging the federal government, and this, all along, this has been going on. Okay, so what do we do in that situation? If you ask me, really, the people, because in the end, power belongs to the people, and those that represent us, they have to get their power from us. Okay, and the reason why they are representing us the way they are representing us is because we've not if like empowered them. They're not driving their power and authority from us because we're not organized. So we don't have our people's power. Okay, now because if they really feel and know that there are people, there are people behind them, holding them accountable, looking up to them, expecting them to do the right thing, to represent them, to be their voice. The way they're talking, I don't think they're not talking like men. They're not talking like leaders. Must it be this begging. Okay, but for how long? So that is the problem I see. And until we the people get organized, understand where we are, our position, our role in that country, and take it seriously and do the right thing, we're not going anywhere. So that's, it's a practical thing. It's not, why should I listen to what American Senator is talking about? Is that his problem?
Yeah,
No.
Otti, listen. I don't think the people of the Southeast has been waiting for government of Nigeria for a long time. We have been surviving all our lives on our own for since after the Civil War.
That's correct. Yeah, but we need to be more better organized.
Listen, I'm coming now. That's what I'm saying. An Igbo man is not asking too much. An Igbo man is asking for respect in the committee or country corner. We are not asking too much, right? So, and we have never been waiting for anybody to see.
And we don't have that respect. Are we respected? No.
No, that's what I'm saying. I just said here that we are only asking for a simple respect. That's what we are asking for. So the people, the so-called political leaders you are talking about, how many of them are legitimately voted by the people? Those people, are they representing you? No. They're representing their political interest. They're representing their own, selfish interest. Look at the deputy speaker of the House of Representatives. What is vomiting in his mouth in Abia State?
And his brother, Senator Oji Kalo.
No, let's talk about this one. Was he legitimately elected by the people in his zone? But from the bend where he come from, the chairman of the local government is asking him a question. If you know whatever you have brought to bend, show it to the people of Abia State before you talk about the government of Abia State. So what I'm trying to say is that we, the people from the Southeast, we have survived, and we will continue to survive, and we have proven the world wrong. The expectation that we will be, they will march on our heads, but we prove it with 20 pounds that we have moved on. And we
yes, but we need more than survivor.
I know. No, I'm coming.
We need to thrive.
We have established ourselves. Listen, we have established ourselves. It's only if you don't believe that you have established yourself. The Igbos are established already. We are made already.
And so what lack of respect? So look, okay, if we're established, so listen. All I'm saying, look, yes, you're right in a way, but I'm saying for us, the practical thing for us to do is, actually kind of this, if like self-empower. Well, yes, we're powered, but politically, okay, so that people, not even the federal government can be just plain, it's just playing us like, treating us like kids, okay? Are we not supposed to be part of this federation? That's the problem. That's the problem I see. So that we have to have a kind of mobilize our political power, our political capital, okay, and then have leaders that actually can speak with confidence, okay. They're representing a great people, a great nation. We're not there now.
Let me ask you
the problem I see. We have to do something. We can do something about it.
Let me ask you a question.
Yes.
You're talking about people to represent the political leaders or leaders who will be bold enough to speak for us. Look at the only eye Igbo has now, who is Mr. Peter Obi. Who are the people that are trying to make sure that he doesn't even have a political platform? It's his brothers and sisters.
Yeah. Oh, well, yes, those are of course. Those are yes.
Let me finish. Don't say no. The people that are making sure that our brother does not have a political platform, it's his brothers and sisters. Governor,
not of course a few of them. It happens, So
tell me, listen, all those people you are talking about, do we really have political? The only political figure we have in the Southeast today is Mr. Peter Obi and the Lex Otti. Is there another person? We have to be honest ourselves. Is it not the New Yam Festival in Ebonyi State the last 2 weeks? That the Minister of Transport is saying that there is no single obedient in Ebonyi State.
That's Dave Umahi, not transport.
Is it not be so? The same Umahi who is telling you that there is no single obedient in Ebonyi. The wife who voted for Mr. Peter, in his household, his family, his household, they're obedient. You know. So this is what I'm telling you. What is the governor of Anambra State doing? Every day wake up, it's all about Mr. Peter Obi. Is it Uskopu Zodima? Is it Oju Zokalo? Is it the man? Is it the man, the deputy speaker of the House of Representatives? All those ones, all those people who are supposed to say, this is where we die here. They are the people that these people are being used to make sure that Mr. Peter Obi has no political platform. But the man that they're trying to bring down, listen, the Bible says that whom the Lord has blessed, no man can curse. That is what the man is. The more that they try to do what they want to do, the more he is growing in size and popularity and position. So I want you, Mr. Otti, to believe that as an Igbo man, be proud of who you are as an Igbo man. No man can intimidate you. And that is their fear. I've never been intimidated anywhere in the world. When I was traveling with Nigerian passport, I don't care. As long as I know I don't have any incriminating thing with me, you cannot intimidate me because I have a green passport. Because if I know that my visa is original, why would you intimidate me? I'm coming to your country to spend my money. I'm not coming to your country to beg for food. So as an Igbo man, I want you to be happy, because everywhere you go, you prove a point. Even for 2 weeks, anywhere an Igbo man go, he proves a point. Why we are blessed by God. It doesn't matter what people are doing. Yes, we are suffering because most of our people who we are looking up to are the people that are being used against us, right? So, but we cannot say, or we can't pretend that we don't know. We know them by their names and we know them by their numbers. But I am telling you that time is coming. What did they not do in 2023? It's only 3 people tweeting in the room. What did they not do in 2023? Now, what the new song they are singing to the man in Asorok is that, oh, what happened in 2023 was a mistake. It can never happen again. Are they speaking in the minds of the people? No. Because when Mr. Peter Obi appeared, that's why they don't want him around, because anywhere he goes with them, they forget that they are governors of state. So forget. We know what we are saying.
Yeah, but Ike, that's what the problem is. You see, that statement have been made today. Nobody has been arrested. It was a press conference where the man said, look, you guys think that 2023 is different, and I'll look for the video and play it. You guys, that what happened in 2023 can never repeat itself.
Or the one from Lagos?
Yes, the one from Lagos.
Okay. Yeah, okay.
And he said that
the second Oluomo.
And he said that if anybody think they're going to vote anything that's beyond APC in Lagos State will not happen. But nothing has happened to him. And that's how he's going to see. That is, once that information has gone out, they've already started mobilizing and not done about it.
And meanwhile, demolitions are going on.
Yeah. So they are taking you on in different sites. They are demolishing your houses, for which
nothing is happening. Yeah.
Yeah. If you remember, one of the broadcasts that in 2017 that Nnamdi Kanu made was this same thing. He said that they're going to bring down their houses. They are going to make sure they're going to come one distance and say, please, the reason why we're bringing down your houses, and nothing will happen. And after that, anyway, I'm trying to, it's just that I'm so busy, but I'm trying to do a broadcast on that because I have all that, I have all that videos, all that. And now the question is, do we still have a country? Because if the government of Lagos State is calling Igbos aliens, immigrants in Lagos, then what else? What are we? Those of us who want to say there's a Nigeria, what is it that we are actually asking after? What are we? What is the thing that is holding you, giving you confidence that you are in Nigeria if you are an immigrant in Lagos? That question goes to Christian. I think he may be one of those who believe in one Nigeria.
You see?
You know him?
Okay. Oh, look, listen. I don't know if this is. I don't know how much time you have.
I have time.
First of all, you know, Nigeria is not a it's not a nation. I don't even know it's a country. I've told you about Nnamdi Azikiwe's agitation from the very beginning. And I've also told you about the power of ethnicity. In fact, one other one I referred you to an article written by late Professor George Obiozo on this power of ethnicity in nation building and that. So the reason why I'm saying is that there's no way Igbo people can ever be comfortable in Nigeria. You know, in Nigeria. Nigeria can never, Igbo man can never be any, I mean, it cannot reach their potential in the country called Nigeria. So every Igbo man that is actually, it's one of the things I had against the guy that presented this thing today, because he was talking about against IPOB and the Biafran agitation and all that. And I don't like discussing this because it's very annoying sometimes when we ask them, let's have a debate on why Igbo should be in Nigeria. If there's any reason why Igbo should be in Nigeria, let them come. You know, that's one of the things why when I see Professor Soludo today, I look at him as a man without character. When he made a presentation on Biafra politics, the politics of Biafra, and you know, the book written by Ofodile, he talked about debate. Now he is a governor. I would have thought that he would be, you know, creating forums for debate, you know, so that people can decide, Igbos can be debating, you know, whether we are better off as a nation on our own or as a part of Nigeria. Now, I know that Nnamdi Azikiwe said self-determination, but he was deceived by the big, you know, the idea of having a big Nigeria. Or he thought that he was going to be the prime minister. Then he thought that he was going to...
Hold on. From what I read,
yes,
says that the British blackmailed him into accepting that position. They told him that he had taken some loan from African Development Bank, and because he had taken that loan, they're going to use that loan to blackmail him if he does not accept the position, and to say that he was corrupt. Now I'm talking from this account was given by a British journalist who was in that fold of what was going on. So he was blackmailed into accepting the position. He knew that the position didn't have any power. I knew that he wasn't going to accept it. But when these facts were presented to him, he had to succumb to accepting that position. And it was deliberate because they knew where they were going before they even set out in the first place. So they played him into accepting, or they will give a news that he is a corrupt man and he has borrowed so much money from that bank. I don't know if it's AD. There's one bank then that was, is it ABC or African something, Development Bank that was around.
African Continental Bank.
It was ACB.
So based on that, he had to succumb. But that's the British reporter's account of that, who took part in most of the negotiation, or who was, you know, in the fold of what went on. I'm just throwing that in.
I think it's written. Even Achebe actually, I have a book. You know, I mean, there was a country. It is actually what happened. The British wanted to hand power to the North, and that's what they did. So they did the election. So it's not, forget about Nnamdi Kanu. So I have it, Achabe, his book. So he actually wrote about it. What happened. So the election was like a fix, So they wanted power to go to the north. So that is nothing to do with Azikiwe as such. So by the way, Christian, this this guy that yes, what he said about Biafra, I can't fault him. It's not saying that he doesn't believe in Biafra or anything, but the issue is this, that those that are kind of speaking for Igbos, they're not asked anybody, right? And I mean, I've made this argument and other people too. So that is really the crux of the matter. It's not that, in other words, the debate had not been had. You cannot pretend to be, a nation, and then some individuals, no matter how passionate they are, and then just, okay, look, saying this is how it should be. And if you don't believe in it, okay, you must go down. That can be right. So that is the angle he's coming, and I quite agree with him. It's that he wasn't saying that you have to make the case. You have to make the case, right? So that's
So I want to ask you a question, Otti.
Yes.
Hold on, Otti, hold on. Is there any place in any of the states where if you want to carry out a function or make you go there and stand an announcement and announce to the whole of the Igbos that this is what we are going to do, or if you
listen, you see,
come here. Is there any mbara like that? Is there any place square like that?
Hold on, listen.
So where do you expect the people to go and stand?
No, listen.
Hey, is there a deal that you go and climb on and announce that I'm coming?
No, listen, KJ. Listen. Even Christian here, he just said that kind of saying that his disappointment, in Soludo is that he has not, as a governor, facilitated that, if you like, that debate, that conversation. And that is true. That is correct. So look, the majority of people, as far as I for one, and the people, so there is that conversation. You have to convince people. It's not by force. Are you with me? You have to ask people for their opinion, right? So you may be convinced, you may be persuaded, you may be privileged, you may be privy to, maybe to the inner workings of IPOB or whatever. But everybody doesn't
Chris, you're not speaking. Don't put on your mic. It's not, the audio coming from there is not good. It's bouncing back. Go ahead.
Sorry. So what I'm saying, you see, so you may be, you may be privileged to know what a lot of people don't know, but people are really entitled to ask questions, to have more information, to be consulted, to be persuaded, we call it a dispute situation, democracy, at least amongst the Igbos, is a part of our nature, deliberative, consultative. Okay, you can't impose things on people. It's part of the problem, right? Let's make the argument. Let's have the argument. Let's have the debate. Yes.
Okay. Are you hearing me?
Yes.
Okay. Sometimes there's this misconception about this agitation, and then about what happened in Igbo land in recent time. Now, first thing is this: people didn't realize that Nnamdi Kanu, while he was outside, he was meeting all these so-called Igbo leaders, the governors, the Ohaneses. He was going from place to place, trying to talk to people about the need for self-determination. And he is saying that we need referendum. Okay? I've never seen Nnamdi Kanu say that he wants a Biafra by force. Okay. He said we need referendum to determine whether we want to continue as Nigerians or not. Now, it is these Igbo leaders that say to them, they're saying, no, you are not talking. You are a child. You are this and you are that. These are the people that actually making it difficult for people to have this conversation. Okay. Now, so instead, they are imposing us in Nigeria. They are forcing us to be in Nigeria without our concept, concept. So what I'm trying to say in effect is this. Now, people must distinguish between what Simon Ekpa was doing. Okay, these are if you look at what is happening today, the Buchi as a director of DSS did what they call spring operations, creating people like Asari Dokubo, people like even the siblings of Mazen Nnamdi Kanu. They are also involved. They stupidly got themselves entangled in those string operations. Now, that's created some kind of havoc in this thing. It's different from the real structure Nnamdi Kanu set up for this particular agitation. Most of the time, people don't understand that those structures that he created, if you go, they are still like, and because the federal government understand that those people are the real people doing the work, that's why they're still holding Nnamdi Kanu. It's not because of those people, because those people, those criminals that Omahi and the other governors who both of them must set up, trying to spoil the minds of the Igbos about the IPOB organization. Now, things didn't, when Nnamdi Kanu set up ESN, it was just not because he wanted to fight the people, but he wanted to stop the Fulanis who are entering the bushes. And they're still doing those jobs now. And people don't understand that. Those people are still in the bushes, trying to stop the Fulanis from taking over the bushes. So people must understand this. Our people must understand this. But what it seems to me that is happening in Igbo land today is that the warrant governors they gave us, and call it warrant governors, just the way the white man gave us warrant chiefs. That's why they're giving us warrant governors. Now, those warrant governors have soiled their hands in the Nigerian dirty politics. And so each time they come out, they will start telling you, you have bigger Nigeria. We have a market in here. We have people living in Lagos. We have this and that. But we want them to say, let's have a debate, a proper debate on these issues. One, if it is a big market that they are talking about, I don't think Nigeria is bigger than West Africa. That's one. Two, if they are talking about the businesses Nigeria Igbos have in Lagos, you people who are in America, the economy, the businesses you people have in America are worth more than those all combined the businesses they have either in the north or in Lagos. But can we now say, because of those businesses you have in America, therefore we are part of America? So these are the things we try to explain to people, but they seem not to understand, or they feel that they pretend not to understand, because you see, they have made up their mind that they don't want these things to happen.
So, excuse me. No, so even as a people, really, if we mistakes about to happen, okay, we're human beings, okay, and then I for one is not about blame game or blame anybody, finding fault. No, we have to draw lessons from what's happened, right, and from what you've said now, that again goes back to what I said earlier, that really we as a people to be better organized, to have the kind of leaders, political representatives that have a vision, okay, that really are representing our aspirations. They're not just political opportunists, people that want to advance their own political careers and to become rich. Okay, so we have to, as a people, if we are politically organized, empowered, then we can have that kind of leadership. Okay, so that people can go and speak for us, represent us, and then tell the rest of Nigeria we're not fighting anybody. What we want, self-determination. Any nation is entitled to self-determination. So what we're asking for ourselves, we're not denying others that. That's my view. So really, I don't see why anybody should say no to that, unless they don't mean well for themselves and for us. So it has to be better political organization. We in the diaspora, we can organize ourselves, and then the Nigerians, where we can find the best of, Southeasterners, Igbos, and then build the bridges, because this problem is not ending. Nigeria is not ending tomorrow, okay? And this problem is not going to be solved overnight. It's a long haul.
Otti,
yes.
you know my problem with the Igbo intellectuals like you.
It's not about intellectuals. We the people.
I allowed you to speak, so let me also.
KJ, sorry. I know I'm not allowed to drink my yogurt in the camera, so I'm going to step away for a while to take my yogurt, and I come back.
Yeah, I think when I see live now.
Unless you want me to be here and eat my yogurt, fine. If not, I have to.
No, if it's yogurt, it's not alcohol. It can be. You can take anything like juice.
We don't allow alcohol,
No, it's yogurt. It's not alcohol. I'm just saying.
If it's yogurt, it's okay. It's only alcohol.
Maybe I can remove my camera and I will be watching. No problem.
Okay.
All right. So here is what I want to say, Otti. Many years ago, when we used to be in the Manobe, one of the things they told us is what the difference between a professional and an amateur is that the amateur spends all the time thinking and not going to action, whereas the professional goes into action and keep adjusting until he gets it right. Now, what you're just simply saying is a recipe for failure, because we all have to come together and everybody will come to agree before we cannot move. Now, I'm coming, sir. Hold on. Don't shake your head yet. I'm coming. I have enough proof. Because, like I said, I started following the Nnamdi Kanu's movement 2015. So it's not like I came in yesterday. I have dozens of information on that. Now, we now have seen that Nnamdi Kanu, who has been in detention for the past 5 years, he has not done anything. Just like Christian said, if not for that grace that God gave him to form the Eastern Security Network, which he made very clear, because I also have the video and the audio of when he was forming it, saying this is a vigilante and not an army, and they are going to operate only in the forest. That if you see them in the street, know that they are not Eastern Security Network. This is part of the broadcast he made. If not for that, by now the East would have been taken over and taken down. But that has happened. Now let us advance. He has been away now for 5 years, locked up in a dungeon in the DSS detention camp. Which of these people have come up now, including Soludo, have held even one discussion? Even one. You see, you and I keep forgetting that even when you go back to what we have been discussing, which is the history of the Igbos, you find out that the people who frustrated the move all the while were the intellectuals amongst us, who keep saying it's not yet time. It's not yet time. It's not yet time. Now, it's not yet time. The things are happening. Things are going bad. It's not yet time. Things are happening. It is because of that lack of leadership that people like Mazi Simon Ekpa rose out of the dust to come. It is because of that kind of lack of leadership. Nobody, I'll give you an example. I have a video and I'll find it when I decide to take on this topic. On what's his name? The guy who owns oil. Atoeze. Atoeze said many times, it's not a turn of the Igbos. I've said it more than 15 years now going. That's what I've been telling the Igbos. It's not their turn. Atoeze, despite his importance and the money he has amassed for himself, has he ever held a meeting to discuss the way forward on these issues? But some of them will get up and tell you that there is nothing and that they cannot lose what they already have. Because going into this discussion will mean that they will lose what they have and they're not ready to lose it. My brother, my sisters, or whoever is listening to us today, is that the way people get anything done? Is that the way the people get anything done? Let us even look for it. Take, for instance, what has gone on in the last just like 3 days ago, when Tinubu's daughter marched from Lagos and want to go and take over Edo State. Who spoke? Is it the Oba that first spoke? No, it's the people in the street. In fact, the video that went viral, it's a lady that made it. I don't even think she's up to 30 years old. Okay? She made that information become viral because she spoke about it and continues to give update on it. Why didn't she wait for the Oba to speak first and then let the elders go and discuss it? Because the Bible puts it this way. He said the children will take the enemies at the gate. It's not the fathers. And a father who lacks the ability to direct the children aright, then he's not worthy to be a father. And you and I know that whatever Nnamdi Kanu is doing is what we should be doing. Because it's either you give us the bread or you take all of it. We either want Nigeria or we are not. And the Igbos have never come, just like you said, we have never come to say, let Igbo have a special place. No. We're saying let everybody, whether they are two tribes, even if they are two in their tribe, let them have the same right as those who are 50 million. It doesn't matter. The sky is so big, anybody can fly.
But sorry, but what you say, even if it's anybody, let everybody have it. Why does this word, because you use the word not quite long, is the turn of the Igbos? Why did you? What does that mean? Is the turn of the Igbos?
What do you say? What the word?
You said something just now, like even
no. So what he was saying,
as in let it go.
No, he didn't understand him. He didn't understand him. Let me correct you. What he was referring to, he said that what Atoeze
said, yes,
it's not the turn of the Igbos. So KJ is not saying that it's the turn of the Igbos, but rather he was saying, you know, the Igbos should not.
It was just quoting what Atoeze was saying.
You know, so so that is not saying that.
And the reason why I'm quoting is not because I have anything against Atoeze, okay? But I've been saying that for over 17 years. Every election that comes, it comes and tells the Igbo candidate, no, Igbo, don't worry, just go with these people. It is not our turn yet. When our turn comes,
just like what Umahi is doing now.
Yes,
it's not yet our turn. You know?
Yes, the last one was when Buhari was coming. Atoeze was detailed to go to Igbo land and tell the Igbo, no, you see, this one now we are sure once Buhari finishes, it's going to be our turn. Once Buhari finishes.
Okay, so let me ask you. So is it the turn of the Igbo now? Is it the turn of the Igbo?
What do you think yourself? Hold on, Otti. What is your thinking? Answer it yourself.
No.
You guys think you're the only one who know how to gaslight?
No. Wait first now.
You think it's the turn of the Igbos?
What do you think? You think it's the turn of the Igbo?
No, I should be asking you. What do you think yourself? Based on the history of Nigeria that you know, what do you think?
Hold on. Okay, you say you've been following Nnamdi Kanu since 2015. Same thing here. I can even tell you is the station is 102.7 or 102. I'm quoting the frequency, the FM in Port Harcourt. So, and yet it's the same thing here because that's Southeastern Europe here. 102.7 or 102.9. If I check my old phone, is here with me. I can tell you the name of the station. Yeah, Biafran national anthem. I record on my phone. I can go and charge the phone right now and play it for you. And I listen to that station almost every day. You know why? Because I like just engagements, just like engagement, talking. Sometimes I'll be listening to Biafran radio alone in the room. I'll just be talking to myself. Like I'll be just talking like, who can I idiot? Why would this idiot be saying this kind of stuff like this kind of stuff? Nnamdi Kanu, shut up, Nnamdi Kanu. Why you don't do that? Just like that. Today I listen. Even if I don't agree with most of the things they're saying, I still listen to tomorrow. You understand? Though? Like even if I leave the country. So what I'm trying to say is like, if you say turn, yeah, you are fighting a fight, but indirectly you are putting some subliminal fight of selfish fight there, not acknowledge the fact that it's not only 3 tribes that are in this country. You understand? We know 2 of them are in cahoots with each other, trying to play the rest other tribes while you. Everybody know that one. But in now you're not saying no, it's the turn of the Igbos. Somehow, some way, it's indirectly telling all other tribes too that it's not their turn. You get my point? So that's why when you say Nnamdi Kanu is this, like, look, I've always said this. If I have 10% of Nnamdi Kanu's followers, during that Buhari's time, because it was February, Buhari entered that. I think it was 2nd month of Buhari that Nnamdi Kanu just started fighting against anti-Nigeria. Nigeria, let's go away, whatever.
No.
I know, no worry. I know. So my question is here: when they like turn, when I hear this turn, they marginalize you. Is it that they marginalize all of us that have been marginalized, or everybody is doing or aboki with the keto? Everybody answer your pan name. It's no longer a collective thing, because if it's not like a collective thing now, that means it's go your own, I go my own. So if you are crying your cry, cry your cry, but don't cry your cry as if other people who are crying, who is affecting, are not relevant. So if you say it's your turn, is it that it's not also the turn of other people too? What about the Rivers man, the Ikwere man, the Urobo man, the Edo man, the Isako man? What about their own turn? That's where I'm coming from. That's why I'm asking you if it's the turn of the Igbo.
You are trying to drag me into a discussion that I don't want to.
Okay, do you want me to answer him?
Yeah. Well, if you want to answer him, but you see, I have enough answer for you. You know why I'm saying that? It's a subject I have followed. I'm a victim, and many other Igbo people who lived or who have gone to school in Nigeria must have suffered one way or the other, and we still suffer it. Okay, we know. You know. Sometimes I feel a bit nostalgia. I don't know. No, I feel sad when someone like you come and say, "Are you the only people who are marginalized?" My cousin had 240, couldn't get into a university. Okay, we had to put them all in a private school. None of them made it less than 240. They were in their house until they started making this started coming down. Because they will not be given. Why? Because they are from your catchment is full. Your catchment is full. That's all we hear. But those who didn't make up to 100 are taking the same medicine that they are applying for. Okay.
So that means is it the marginalization, or is the educational structure that messed up?
No, the structure came from a reason. It's a reason that brought about the structure. It's a reason that brought about the Is a reason that brought about the fact that there is no railway in the east. Is a reason that brought about
no. That's not correct now. Actually, there's no railway in the east.
Land is not good for railway.
Sorry?
The land is not good for railway.
Who said so?
I'm asking you now. You tell me what is correct. Why the railway?
No. You say there's no railway in the east.
Yes, now is there standard gauge in the east?
I don't understand. The one where they come up for Port Harcourt to about we call that one.
No, the one when Nnamdi Kanu them build. Which other one they don't put for that place?
You see my problem. You first of all put a bold statement. There's no railway there.
You know what?
You said no. Now the one person put.
See, when you guys come with this politics, that's what even annoys me the most. You know what I'm talking about. You know that I'm not talking about the old railway station that's been there since Nnamdi Kanu was a small boy. You know that's not what I'm talking about. Okay.
Colonia.
I'm not asking what I'm talking about. You know that.
Now, truth be told, you see this thing that happened now that everybody is suffering, including people from the Southeast, this and that. Yeah, you and I know people from the Southeast played a major role for everything to become what it is. You and I know that one.
What?
Nigeria. Sorry.
In what?
No, with the way it is right now.
Like
you said,
Nigeria.
Sorry, hold on. No, you just confessed just now that.
And more people are going to give me. Tell me.
You just confessed just now. Hold on, first. You just
no, I don't know. I don't know the confusion. Tell me.
No, I say you just confessed just now that Umai is saying not at all. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, you have people internally who played major role. Not even few, many who you can call them political office holders or whatever, prominent people who are popular, but there are many in numbers that played a role either by keeping quiet, you understand, or by subliminally aligning with them because of money or favor or whatever, to make the country and even the Southeast, you understand, by extension, to become what it is. There are many, because on a very good day, I see no reason to tomorrow. Like I said, if I get 10% of Nnamdi Kanu followers, me ability during that Buhari time, Buhari go come for Abuja, you come where I did. If I use them well, not talk of you having that much numbers. Now, the people in government from local to federal, yeah, including commissioners and whatever you understand, judiciary, all the arms. If all of them, as much as they are, because they're not in a handful, if all of them put together cannot even have the common sense to say development, as in not even development in Southeast, like Nigeria by now not supposed to be in this kind of dilapidated state, let alone Southeast, where commercial activities can even become one of the booming source of revenue in the country. You understand? That is still suffering what is suffering by now. All of them put together cannot even come on to have just one single common sense that primary school living certificates go have. That means there's a problem somewhere. That's why I said you can't even cry with the country without even looking inward to, like, these people are outside are doing what they're doing to us. If I thought they're doing anything to us, without all of you, both dead and alive, old and whatever, traditional, religious, political, all of them, without all of them having a role to play for what it is right now. So if you can succeed in purging those people out of your system, trust me, you will have a long way.
Look, I have a question for you. You are from Edo State, right?
Yes, sir.
Why? How come the Oba, with all his authority, has not been able to stop little girl like the daughter of Tinubu from installing a lawyer in Edo State?
Now,
why did he not use his?
Hold on first. Hold on. Isn't it a disgrace? Hold on. Isn't it a disgrace? You will now say, why did the Obi of Onitsha have to speak concerning one small boy activity where you call yourself local, say you want to do one thing, more policies for Southeast? Sometimes, see the video, that interview or the whatever, the audience I gave to that matter, he even got me angry. Like, the matter not supposed to even go palace. As in, chiefs in palace are supposed to handle that issue. The Oba is not even, because there's already laid down stuff. Just like Tinubu, you could tell me about Nigerian law, which is what happens since. No, there are systems that are supposed to take care of me misbehaving. So for the Oba, they won't come out, they won't speak. For me, I find that is insulting. You're not supposed to even do them. They are, you saw one guy, hold on, you saw one chief in the palace that even explained.
Calm down. Has a yellow jar has she been installed or not?
No.
Is there a yellow jar now in Edo State or not?
No, there's none.
What are you saying now?
In case you don't know, hold on. In case you don't know, let me tell you. You see the word, hold on. You see yellow jar, it's the same meaning. Not you can't even take or remove anything from iyeki. That what we call iyeki. Iya na mama, iye na mama. Oja na market, eki na market. It's the same word. You understand? So the Yoruba meaning of iyeki is iyaloja. If you have an Igbo word for mother of markets or market leader, female market leader in the market in Igbo, what do you call it? It's the same thing with iyaloja. You get my point? It's just this political. It's just the governor of those that is stupid because of trying to please Tinubu. Say Tinubu put up for there. So anything they come from Tinubu, go and do it. Hold on. If you check, they'll tell you they've already done that inauguration first, before she now went to the palace to say we came for the inauguration.
You see,
but they know. Hold on, because they know if they do them, palace will fight. We will not allow them to do it. So they do political. So not that saying you couldn't stop her. They already done it in government. They didn't do it in the hall. In a government house. There's a hall in government house.
So now the Oba lacks the authority to tell the lady to her face, I heard you have done it, that I cancel it now. It doesn't stand, right? The Oba lacks that authority.
So say what?
To say to her, I know you have done this inauguration and I cancel it now.
Hold on.
Don't have any Yaloja.
Okay, hold on. Let me explain. As of that day she went to the palace. There's no information in the palace. Go to the palace.
You say, oh boy.
No, hold on. See, let me break it down for you now.
Yeah, we are not even in Benin.
Let me break it down for you, bro. Let me break it down for you. See, the day you see that day she went to the palace. Yeah, the news or the inauguration. The palace was not aware. They are not aware that she is coming from the inauguration. The palace story as she came to tell the palace that she is coming to come and do this. So after the palace, she's going for the inauguration. That's why people are now saying she lied to the Oba or to the palace that she came for the inauguration. Meanwhile, she've already done the inauguration before she went there. So palace did not get the information that she've already done it. They only got the information that she is coming to go and do it. So after that visit, she go and do it. So that was why palace now educated the chief now educated her. That no, it's alien, that is not done, it's only marketing or whatever. You understand?
The question KJ was asking you is there now that installment, has it been done?
Hold on, two things here.
No, it's a yes or no.
Listen to me. Listen, just listen.
And you have been listening to you now.
Listen. There's some things you don't understand. Hold on. Just like me telling, okay, how will I put it now? No, you saw the time. Wait, just hold on. Let me give you instance. Let me give you instance.
Listening to you now. If KJ
let me give you instance. You asked me a question. You asked me a question.
Pastor, please calm down. Let him talk.
You asked me a question.
Please calm down.
So wait, before the question, because it looks like you are having problem answering the question. You can answer yes and then explain. You can answer no and then explain.
No.
So that your explanation
will make sense. Okay, now listen. No. No.
Okay, it's not been done.
No, it's not been done. So this is my knowledge. Very good. Let me explain first. Yeah, the palace is an institution. The palace is not a one-man person to say. That's why I use the word presidency, or I use the OB say, or the OB cannot speak on one frivolent one when there's a lay down rule. Now I'll give you one small instance. Yeah, there was a time Sultan of Sokoto said something. Then Very Dark Man took it upon himself to be saying whatever he wants to say. You can see people came out to bash Very Dark Man. But you will not tell me, no, the Sultan of Sokoto came out to condemn what Very Dark Man said. He can't do it. It's not even possible. That he cannot even he's coming out to come and condemn what Very Dark Man said will not even exist. You understand?
I think
hold on.
My challenge is when you have to use plenty words to explain a very simple sentence.
That's why because if I say no now, you say why did he do it? He can't. When I say the palace, doesn't mean the king will say. There are institutions, chiefs who are made for market issues would be the one to go and do that. When getting the information
did you watch the interview with the Oba when he said to the Oba, this chief will tell you more about it? Do you watch that interview? So I'm coming. So what else is remaining since the chief was in charge of the
fact even of the matter is that Lokopi's information is wrong. I don't Google it now.
It's totally wrong. I don't want to go there.
Pastor Josephine Ibagwe Zejele.
Yeah, it's the new
look,
wait now, Lokopi. Don't see anything.
It's your problem. It's your problem.
It was installed. Listen now. You listen. It's good to listen. You have
continue.
It was installed. The installation took place at the government house in Benin on Tuesday. And you are
wait. Hold on. You see your problem, yeah? When she went to the palace was when?
Leave palace out. The question KG asked you is whether the installation has been done or not. It doesn't matter where it is. How is it relevant?
KJ, did I tell you that she went for this installation first before she went to the palace? Yes.
The question is, has she been installed? That's what I asked you. It doesn't matter whether she go there before or after. Has she been installed?
No, has she been installed? Okay, hold on. Listen, my explanation to you here was She came, she did installation first, completely.
No, this
first.
explanation is for yes, she has been installed, or the explanation for no, she has not been installed. Which one is the explanation?
No, the question you asked me that has the Oba come to say no?
No.
I said, has she been installed? Has she been installed?
KJ, no. Masker, ask KJ. KJ asked a question.
Okay, let me ask KJ. I know what I like. Okay, wait. Now let me ask KJ. KJ, what was your question?
I asked him first of all, has she been installed? You say you want to explain.
Lokopi, wait, hold on, KJ. Lokopi answered that KJ's question.
Yes, she was installed.
Okay, so let's rest this matter there. Wait now.
It's the Oba issue. It's the Oba issue I'm trying to explain.
No. Let me explain to you. I've been listening to you guys. I joined because I'm in support of you. Okay. But I think you're having your argument in the wrong way. The truth is that, yes, this woman has been installed.
Of course, yes.
By somebody from Abuja. I am from Kanu. If you go to Kanu today, there are 2 emirs today in Kanu. This is what KJ is saying, that the federal government sort of always meddle into regional affairs. There is no reason why in Kanu there will be 2 emirs. There's no reason. Actually, everywhere in the world, according to tradition, anywhere in the world, if an emir is dethroned, that emir would be banished. He's to go and stay somewhere else.
But hold on, but with the emir own case, you say there are 2. The courts or
not that I said, don't make it sound as if I'm no, I won't take it. Don't make it sound as if I'm the one.
Because if you see that two emirs there, I may also say no, they are not two, they are only one.
It's like as if it's my own creation. It's fact. Go and check it first, then you come back and have that discussion with me. So you know that we are talking about something that is actual. There are 2 emirs today in Kanu.
As in illegally recognized and accepted.
Let me explain to Lokopi. When the APC took over, the APC dethroned.
No, I know the story. I know the story of that one.
Now, hold on. Calm down. When the second government took over now, they brought back Sanusi. And then when this other one went to court, and court ruled. Okay? First of all, he got the rule that he was not supposed to. They went to appeal until they got the federal government gave him backup.
Another one.
He's still in Kanu with police and everybody backing him up, which is against the tradition of the people. Because the same system people use in taking the other one out was the same thing that was used to give you out, and court gave judgment in his favor. Why didn't people just simply obey that same court that brought you in?
So Lokopi, so the argument why I said why I said I'm supporting you, because KJ comes with this marginalization argument all the time. If it were in Igbo land now, that 2 emirs were installed in an Igbo city, assuming Igbos have emirs, he will be the one crying that, they are doing anyhow to Igbos. The point really we should all look and understand. Wait, KG. The fact of the matter is that in Nigeria, there is one problem, and that problem is affecting every tribe, which is why I support Loco P. The idea that an Igbo man will isolate himself, thinking that, look, he just wants to solve his own problem, is absurd. It's really absurd. Because the problems
Masker. Yes, Nigerian problem is affecting every group, every nation, but not the same way, not equally. Not in the same manner.
What kind of argument is that? Because my problem is bigger than your problem.
No, it's an argument. It's an argument. Now, for example, if the properties of your people, if they're not being destroyed, so property demolition is a peculiar, is a specific problem. So where should
okay, sorry. Otti, where are they being destroyed?
Where are they being destroyed?
Yes. Where? Well, tell me now. Where? No, I'm going somewhere. Where? You tell me where. Lagos. Okay. Are they destroyed in Delta? No. Are they destroyed in Edo? No. Are they destroyed in the
so they have to be destroyed everywhere before it becomes a problem.
No. Now, hold on. Because of some certain reasons now, maybe one state used to destroy properties of Igbos now.
Yes.
Now, automatically, the whole states that are not doing this thing now.
No.
Exactly.
So are you saying we have to wait until?
All right.
Hold
on, guys. Let's not allow just local talk. Let me go to Chris. Chris, what do you have to say?
It's not my turn, no. KJ, I haven't spoken.
No. I know, but let's go to Chris because you two have intervened and you helped us prolong it. So I'm coming to talk.
Well, sometimes I don't like to get involved in this Nigerian argument because most of the time they say, oh, Igbo think that they are marginalized. Now, the issue in Nigeria today is not an issue of marginalization, but issue of incompatible diversity. Incompatible diversity. So when unless we solve this issue of incompatibility in the diversity, then it will be difficult to understand, or it will be difficult for Nigeria or any part of Nigeria to grow. Because, like I keep on saying, every society must develop based on its culture. Now, culture, every society must develop based on its culture, its values, right? And so, when there are incompatible culture and values, it will be difficult because it is from this your culture that you draw what you call constitution. Okay, it's from your culture that you draw this your constitution. And it is when you have a stable constitution that you can now use your constitution to determine the system of governance. You can use the constitution to determine system of economic trajectory. You can use your system to determine the level of development you want to attain. Now, but in Nigeria, you have this diversity, incompatibility in diversity. So when people see it as marginalization, I don't agree as it's marginalization. It's just because when you go to diverse, what is happening is the competition, destructive competition that is brought about by the diversity of in the society. And each time we tell people there are ways, even when those who you call their founding fathers understood it very well. The present criminal politicians understood it very well, and they have been exploiting this diversity, in trying to make sure that they engage, they develop themselves, they enrich themselves, and then leaving the people very poor. They will always tell you it is a problem of leadership. No, the role of leadership is a role of a vector in a society, like mosquito, like butterfly. The butterfly or mosquito carries the character or the pollen grain or the plasmodium to the body, spread it. So that is what the leaders do in a society. They spread the values, the character, and the values of that society. And that's how they can now develop. If they have good character, if they have good values, it will enhance their development. So when they say to you, every society deserves the leadership they get, that's what they meant. But in Nigeria, people think that, because you have leaders. You have to have a good leader to drive Nigerian development. I disagree, because the system will make it difficult for anybody in Nigeria to develop Nigeria as it is today, because of the divergence in the value system from the north to the west and to the east. So what I will suggest is this: if anybody is interested in wanting to solve the problem of Nigeria, I've always advocated that you want to in Nigeria, because some people say let's have revolution. No, revolution will not happen in Nigeria. But if the elites or those of you who are interested in solving Nigerian problem, what you need to do is go back to your ethnic nationality, write your own constitution, and use that constitution to go to your nationality and start what is called protest, to tell the people there that this is the system we want to be governed with, But anytime you are talking that the Nigerian government, we must revise this constitution, I say they are doing it just like somebody saying the CEO of a company to make a law or to write a rules about the company that will make him that will disadvantage, So that is what I'm trying to say.
Thank you, Mr. Chris. I agree with you to a large extent, but not totally, because you see, before now we had that setup where everything was whatever was put in compartments. In other words, every region had its own developmental plans, and the system, the same people who are where we are today decided to destroy that and will not go back to it. So even when you say let us go to ethnic nationalities to draft out a new constitution for each ethnic group, which I agree to an extent, and like I said here earlier on, I don't think any one of us here is fighting that any ethnic group should be marginalized. We are simply saying let everybody have the same playing field, And Local P, whenever you say that Igbos, no, it is Mark that said that Igbos are not only fighting their cause. You see, we are not only fighting the cause for the Igbos. No,
it's Local P that said it, or not me.
Okay, sorry, Master. Igbos are not only fighting their cause. Igbos are not only, see, the reason why we started saying, okay, let the Igbos go on is because people from the South say they don't want to be part of it. They shouldn't be part of it. They don't want to be. They are comfortable where they are. Okay, if you are comfortable where you are, and certain people say they're not comfortable where they are, is that a problem? It's not a problem now. Okay, if we talk now, Local people say we are always shouting that we are marginalized. Who will it be that what is going on with Nnamdi Kanu will be going on? Which other tribe in Nigeria will allow that? Which one? Just name one that you put a man in that problem in a dungeon for 5 years, and you are still holding on to him, even though you have 3 of your courts, your courts, the courts of the land, declaring that person innocent and should be let free. You people still hold him till tomorrow. Is there any other person
apart from people from the Southeast, do you think any other tribe is happy that this boy is there?
You see, again, you have come back. This is the same reason why I asked you the question of the Oba. You're still going back there. It doesn't matter whether those people are comfortable. You see, you can be comfortable in your slavery. It's okay.
No. Now, ask me a question. I say, do you think other tribes are happy that Nnamdi Kanu is there?
This is where I come from.
Yes is the answer to him.
No. I won't answer. Those people have people that think for them. You see, the problem that me as an Igbo man have always had that other people want to think for us. I'm not thinking. I live in Tivland. I even have a Tiv name. Okay. I will not because of that.
So that will not. But you know, just information. I'm providing information.
Okay.
You know, you were asking which tribe. Do you know how many years Hamza Al Mustafa was incarcerated? 15 years.
Okay, no, but brother, you see, me and you were not supposed to drag this thing. You and I, you know better now. The guy was not in prison. He was in the guest house where he was there, even giving his wife belly from the guest house. So let's not talk about this now.
Okay, so now you have this is what Lokopi is complaining about, because when we make a statement, okay, and somebody do a pushback, then you go into the fact that, oh no, he was in a guest house, but the man was incarcerated for 15 years.
Maska, do you think that if Nnamdi Kanu was in a guest house, we will be bothered about him?
No, I think you should be bothered about it.
Should be bothered, exactly.
I think you should be
because
bothered
it's also
no. The reason why everybody is shouting is because he's losing his life. He's losing his life. You know that, and I know that. If the Nigerian Medical Association can come together and say this guy's life, and you guys don't, and you're telling me about
there's nothing like partial freedom. Yeah, any court is orders arrest for 10 years. 10 years. People complain because it's not freedom. Nobody will be happy because it's not freedom. So there's nothing like maybe because it's in the guest house or not. It's not freedom.
Gentlemen, you see my problem. We're always looking at using an equal yoke when it has to do with the Igbo person. Okay, if you are listening to me now, you have opportunity. Tell them to take Nnamdi Kanu to a guest house and then see whether we'll be complaining. Let him have the opportunity to see his children and family and even give his wife belly. Whether you see, we'll be complaining. What are we saying now? What are we saying?
So your issue is not that he is actually in prison. Your issue is that he should be taken to a jail.
Sorry, excuse me, Pascal. Solitary confinement. I mean, these things have degrees. You cannot ignore degrees of punishment, and said that every imprisonment is the same.
I'm not okay.
What should that be an argument?
Is Christian true? I think I have my own. I was just telling. No, it's just KJ that asked a question that which tribe.
Yes, and you brought up the 15-year imprisonment of the certain person.
One example that, as far as I don't know.
No. Listen, and KJ is equally right to say that the condition of Nnamdi Kanu's confinement. It's not even in prison because he hasn't been sentenced.
Okay, so
right?
my pushback, Otti, is that if that was where KJ first came, I would have no issue. But his issue was that is there any other person in any other tribe that was incarcerated, despite the fact that courts have said go? That was his argument. So I gave him the example of Hamza Al Mustafa. Court say he should go. But he was there for 15 years.
Was he also kidnapped from abroad?
Okay, so I think I will.
Your argument to
make the case that Igbo case is different. My argument is that Igbo case is not different in Nigeria. That's why when KJ gave the example of the Yaloja, I'm saying that this thing is not just only in Benin. These same people have installed 2 emirs in Kanu. If we open our eyes, we'll see that the problem is everywhere. I know a lot of governors that will go and destroy people's house, their political opponents. Every fire has done it.
Maska, we're not denying that. Okay, but see, if we are crying, no, we will not stop other people from crying. I mean,
no, that's the problem. Really. That's not a statement. Otti, what I want us to do, I think KJ wanted people to go around and speak so that it do not sound like us and them debate.
No. It's just.
I believe. Let me tell you, I believe that yes, the case of the Igbo people in Nigeria is a unique case. Okay, it's a unique case. Unique in the sense that look, these are people who ordinarily are not, I don't think as of today, you would say that they are problematic people. Okay, in the sense that they are everywhere in the country and they live peacefully with people. Okay, they are everywhere in the country and they do their best to make sure that they make their
good
ends meet.
Nigerians.
Okay, now having said that, I believe that, look, if we sit around the table and ask everybody what's your problem, I believe that the Igbo problem, the one they will put on the table, most likely will be bigger than a lot of the other tribes. Okay, I don't want to use the word.
Is that a problem for Nigeria?
No. See, that's why I said, I'm just telling you that I believe, I don't want to use the word marginalization. Okay, because when you say, but I'm saying that the Igbo case is different. Is
unique. You use the word unique.
No, not unique.
You use the word unique. You did actually.
It's also the same thing as different. Yeah, it's also the same thing.
The point I'm making is that it's different. Okay, it's bigger than a lot of the other tribes. Okay. Because if you are looking for equity, especially when you're looking for equity, the Igbo man can raise a lot of points to say that no, you people are not being equitable. But the point I'm also trying to make to all of us is that the truth is that almost every tribe, if you take the average Hausa man in this country and not look at the few political people that are Hausa people, if you look at an average Hausa man in Nigeria, his fate is the worst. His fate is the worst. And Lokopi said it. The truth also is that a lot of the Hausa problem is foisted upon the average Hausa man by Hausa people. You cannot deny the fact that if the Hausa man is poor in this country today, he should go and blame his Hausa leaders. There is a unique problem in this country. All of our current leaders today are the one creating this problem. But the Igbo should not make it sound as if no Igbo man is leadership.
Can we hear from
I think Maska, you yes, I think I would say you are quite fair-minded, you know. Okay, no, but see, the thing is this. Do you really think that the Igbo as a group, or even the individual persons you've spoken with, do they give you the impression that they are kind of, if like self-centered, they don't care about other people? Is that the impression you get? When maybe because something affects me and I'm protesting and I'm seeking solution, crying out, it doesn't mean that I don't.
Is that a rhetorical question, or is a question that requires an answer?
No, it's a question. It's a question. Is that?
Okay, so
do you have an impression?
Okay.
Let me add an additional question, an adjunct, so that you can now. So if we look at the Nigerian current situation, if like national politics, presidential electioneering, so the one Igbo person that stands out, okay. So from his politics, from his vision, from his efforts, does he sound or appear to you like someone who doesn't care about Nigeria and Nigerians as a whole? If he's a representative of an Igbo person, Igbo worldview, Igbo philosophy, Igbo, yes, tell me.
Okay, so you have asked two questions.
That's correct, yes. But they're related.
Okay, the first question, my response is that an average Igbo man that I know is not a self-centered person. I have a lot of Igbo friends. I was even telling Dr. Damages on the show, I met one of his townspeople from Nobi.
Okay.
It's also in an Igbo man's birthday party in Lagos that I met him. So the average Igbo man is not self-centered. And I can put it to you, Otti, that the average Igbo man I know in Nigeria is not looking for secession. He's not interested in any way to say that I want to leave the country. The Igbo people I know are all going about their business.
Okay, the second question.
Wait, all of us are complaining together. Okay, but in terms of the self-centeredness, is the people who I call, and it's not only Igbo people, even me, I put myself in that class. We cry more than the bereaved. The average Nigerians that are crying honestly don't even have the time to cry because they have too many problems to sit down and do this charade that we do every day. Okay, the average man in Kano or in Lagos, honestly speaking, in Alaba, is not talking about secession. Secession to where? He's looking for how to make ends meet, how to feed his family, and have a full understanding that the political shenanigan cuts across. That's the average Igbo man. But the ones that are self-centered are those that are constantly trying to paint a picture of that the problem in Nigeria affects only the Igbo man. So that's the answer to you. The second question that you raised about Peter Obi, I can also put it to you. There are two issues that you must take note. This Peter Obi syndrome or phenomenon, it cannot be a phenomenon just because only Igbo people are in support of Peter Obi. This idea that other tribes are not behind this popularity of Peter Obi.
But that's not the question. That's not
no,
the
I'm
question.
answering your question. I have not stopped. Now, if I stop, then you can say, oh, you haven't answered my question. Okay? Now, the fact of the matter is that, number one, a lot of other tribes are in support of Peter Obi.
Granted, yeah, granted.
For instance, there's this Yakase guy. There are a lot of other people, even at high level, I can put it to you. And I can mention a lot of people. They are not Igbo people. They are the ones constantly on the TV talking about Peter Obi. So
Opinion movement started from Benin. Opinion movement started from Benin.
You think
wait, so no Igbo man should come and claim Peter Obi. Okay?
Exactly.
But he's an Igbo man. But he's an Igbo man, right?
Yeah, but you shouldn't claim him. That's the point I'm making.
All right.
You're not telling him, but he is.
Okay, guys.
Otti, allow me to answer your question. The first part one, you're already pushing back. Sorry, KJ. So the first part is that Peter Obi is a Nigerian syndrome. It's a Nigerian phenomenon, not an Igbo phenomenon.
Exactly.
Okay. So wait, KJ, please, just 1 minute. I'll finish now. The second point I want to raise to you, Peter Obi also doesn't support this idea that the Igbo people should secede. He is looking for a national solution. You are anybody who will come and say that the only problem that needs to be solved is the Igbo problem is not together with Peter Obi. Peter Obi is looking for solution for all the people in this country.
Exactly.
Okay. And lastly, the fact that why Peter Obi is still going through his travels, it's not a new thing. You may not like it, but this is exactly what Buhari went through. He contested almost like 4 or 5 times. When in this country they think, I use the word think, because it is not guaranteed whether when you come you bring the change or not. But once they think that you are going to come in and bring a change, the establishment will make sure they try to put a break on you. That's the answer to Peter Obi.
Okay, let's move on. Thank you so much. Maska, did you school in Abuja? Your university?
No.
Oh. All right. Okay. Because the way
if you're asking, I went to ABU.
Okay. All right. You look like one of my friends. What? It's okay.
But Maska,
all right.
No.
You
understand why I ask those questions?
Otis, enough. Let's move on.
No,
Mr. Ike, what do you have to say so far? You've been following quietly and not saying anything, so let me give you opportunity to speak.
Thank you, KJ. First of all, let me recognize what Maska said, and I think that 99.5% of the Igbos never see Mr. Peter Obi as an Igbo agenda. And I am one of the people who has a lot of high respect for every tribe in Nigeria for what they have done in support of Mr. Peter Obi. From Benue State down to Kano. The obedient movement started in Edo State till today. It doesn't matter what anybody can say in Edo State. It's the headquarters of obedience, and nobody can kill that fire. So I respect what Maska said. I never see, when I speak about Mr. Peter Obi, I never speak Mr. Peter Obi as an Igbo agenda. No. He is a man that represents the interests of everybody. And I am happy that a lot of people who really do not understand in 2023, like Maska is saying now, a lot of them now from the north are beginning to realize and understand that really this young man meant something good. And like Maska said, that's why a lot of northern politicians right now, they are looking at him. They're having a lot of respect based on what happened in 2023. So it's not that I don't buy the idea that a lot that's like I said, 99.5% know that IPOB is a national agenda. You know, so I appreciate that a lot. And also one of the things I wanted to say was when Loco P was speaking, you know, I have a lot of respect for Mr. Loco P, but sometimes you try to, you know, you try to be too intellectual with your argument. I don't know whether you intentionally do that, or you're trying to put words in the mouths of the people that are from the southeast. I don't really know why you do that. It's a simple question KJ was asking you. For example, Master just came in, and Master took it. He took it away from KJ, and he asked you just to answer yes or no. Was your lodger installed in Edo State? It was a simple question. And you're from Edo State. And you did not see anything that is wrong with that action. And you begin to interpret the meaning of, well, let me finish.
Okay. I
never interrupted nobody when they were speaking. And you begin to interpret to us, to explain to us the meaning of Iyoloja and the Yaiki or whatever you said, that is it in Benin. But you're not trying to recognize the importance of the question that are being asked to you. Because even Maska went as far by asking you, don't you know that in Kanu they have 2 emirs? I mean, have we just lost it because of we are trying to be selfish in playing politics? This is something that Maska was trying to recognize here. That what is going on in Nigeria is not just peculiar to one people. And they ask you again, you yourself, I was listening to you.
You mute. Yeah.
You said that your lodger had been installed before the woman went to see the Oba.
Yes.
And they were trying to ask you here, was it the proper thing to do? The woman was supposed to have gone to the Oba before he go to install somebody of your lodge, right?
Yes.
Now, when she did not do that, it was done at the government house. You, as somebody from Edo State who believe in the cultures and traditions of your people, my question to you is, was it proper and right that this woman should do what she does? If she doesn't have a federal
she's 1,000,000% wrong.
Fine. Wait.
I wasn't asked a question if it was right or wrong. I wasn't asked a question was right or wrong. I wasn't asked a question.
Wait, listen, that's what I'm trying to tell. Okay. You know, what is happening in Kano right now? What happened in Kano? I am marking it to you that is going to happen in Edo State. The Oba of Benin, his political that institution is under attack. And this is just the beginning.
No, I know. Right? Okay. For years now. I know.
So I want every one of us to recognize from where Maska is coming from. And it's factual and it's a fact. Because if I would tell you that I have to dance around about what happened in Edo State, that means I'm not a decent and honest Nigerian. Because I know that it is totally, completely wrong. It is nowhere to be acceptable by anybody. But let me remind you again that it is your own people that they used.
Of course, it's
why?
It's always like that. It's always like that everywhere.
Is it or it now? So I think that people should recognize when people are crying that there is something that is happening to them that is not right. And I want to put it to you. When you were trying to put words in KJ's mouth, or you're trying to pull his legs, when you were asking him, is it an Igbo thought? My question to you, Loco, when the current man that is in Asorok stood in Ogun State and told the world that Emiloko, our loco, Did you ever ask, was it the turn of the Yorubas when that man in Asorok stood in Ogun State and said, Emiloko? Not only that did he say Emiloko, Awaloko. So you see, this is that politics that we play in Nigeria, that whenever an Igbo man says something like that, everybody will run with it. But any other person can say anything in Nigeria, and it is okay. I always try to, I respect Maska, because whenever he comes here, he speaks like a Nigerian. And he is very objective to his argument. You know, but each and every one of us should know that each and every one of us are wearing a shoe that pinches us. And when we try to recognize that, I do not want us to continue to play politics on something that is very, very clear. Or something that when somebody is crying, try to find out why your brother or your sister is crying. It's normal. It's natural. Like the Igbo man is not asking too much in Nigeria. We're just asking for sense of belonging. There are so many things that we have been denied as the people from the Southeast in the country called Nigeria, which each and every one of you, if you're telling yourself the truth, no. There are so many federal characters and amenities that have been denied to the people of the Southeast. Everything has been used into playing politics. But upon that, like most of us said here, nobody said Nigeria should break into pieces. I am not one of the people who said that. But respect is what we're asking for. If you give Mr. A, if you give Mr. A one, give the other one the same thing. And everybody feels sense of belonging. After all, who in Nigeria travel most? Which tribe in Nigeria travel most? Which any part of the Nigeria would you go, you will not see an Igbo man? Which any part of the world will you go, you are not going to see an Igbo man? It's because we believe that we are all the same people. Maska, I lived in Kaduna for 5 years. And my best friend is from Kanu State, from Bebeji local government in Kanu State. I go to Bebeji local government almost every 2 Saturdays, every week. For 5 years that I lived in Kaduna. Why I did not marry the sister wasn't my fault. But because the girl find me because I was a common trader. She's in the Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria, right? You know, but she's a Muslim like you. But this is a family that took me like their own son. The time we're having problem in between this problem of the Igbos and the people in Kaduna, every Friday we begin to run. It is that man who used to give me information, say, hey, today you people should not open the market because after March that is going to be a problem. He's an Hausa man. And that relationship is still today. So let us not see that when an Igbo man is crying, pointing somewhere, there is actually something somewhere. I recognize also that my people also are betrayers of their own people. I do recognize that. And those people who are hurting the Igbos are these people that they claim that they are leaders of the Igbos, which they are not. And these are the people that the so-called other part of Nigerians are using against their own people. So I recognize the problem in my home as an Igbo man. I recognize that, like what KJ was talking about, Atezi is a businessman. He never meant well for any Igbo man. He's only after his own business empire, acquiring wealth and money. He doesn't speak for me. Neither does he speak for anybody. So, as an Igbo man, I have to be honest with you. I recognize the enemies among us, the saboteurs among us. We know them one by one. Nobody should tell me what we don't know. We know.
Okay.
But what I am trying to say is that recognize the suffering and the political pain the Igbos are going in Nigeria is a factual fact.
And I know that everybody know that we are not asking for too much. After all, let me end like this. The case of Nnamdi Kanu and Sunday Igboho and the one from River State, what is his name?
Asare Dokubo.
And Tombolo now, who is a chief, and they are represented by the government that are giving millions and millions of dollars of contract. These people, they were agitating for one thing or another. But today, these people are free. We are not asking too much. At least for the medical condition of this young man, for his health, what benefit shall he be to Nigeria? God forbid that every time that this young man dies in the prison. What is the benefit? For medical reasons, if nothing else, can't you let this young man to go so that he can go and take care of his life medically?
All right, thank you, Ike.
I don't think we are asking too much.
I have to move.
KJ.
Yes, hold on. Hold on. We're not even saying they should. Chris, your mic is making a lot of noise. We're not saying he should go. We're saying let them give him opportunity to go to the hospital and treat himself. And that's the National Hospital. Let him face whatever the law has said he should face. But for now, he's only a living person that can be judged. Yes, Chris, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. You know, the irony of people saying that Igbo people should continue to be in Nigeria is that my brother here said that when somebody had to tell him that when there is on Friday he should not open his business, you know. So in other words, it's not safe in a country called his own. But let me say this: for those of you who are afraid that if Nigeria breaks up, you know, I don't know what fear. I don't know why you people are. What is making you people afraid? If people return back to the nationalities, you know, say like Igbo nationality, Hausa nationality, Yoruba nationality, or TV nationality, or Hausa nationality, or Fulani nationality. What is wrong with that? You see, the reason why we are having all these discussions is because we are in a country nobody wants to be in, and everybody is suffering. And this country is bringing a lot of suffering to all of us. Now, what is wrong if we say, okay, can we live? We are going to be neighbors. We are going to cooperate. But for the fact that politically it has become difficult for these nations to reach their potential in terms of development, that we be able to go back to our nationalities. And, you know, like I give an example of what is happening to TV people today is because they have been divided and cast into 3 different rivers: River Benue, River Nasarawa, River Taraba. And the Fulani as a nationality have not divided themselves again, you know, but they are killing the TV people, you know, for the sake that they want to conquer them, or for the fact that, you know, they stopped them in their march from the 1804. So people don't understand the importance of what we are trying to explain to you. The fact that TV man or TV nationality can coexist, and then Fulani man will coexist with in a territory, you know, and then able to grow politically, economically, and cooperate with other destiny. After all, this idea that Igbo people are living in travel everywhere doesn't have any logical sense, because those of you that are living in America, the total business, I keep on saying it, you have in America is way more than the total business Igbo people have in Lagos or in Kanu or in Kaduna, you know. So can we now then say that we must be applied to be a member of a US or a state in US? So what I'm trying to say is that for the fact that we have found it difficult to agree politically, because without a political stability, it becomes difficult to have economic growth. Okay, without a political stability, it will be very difficult to have economic growth. Then it will be much easier if people go back to their own nationality, original nationality, before the white man came. You know, because we are spending our energy trying to, you know, fight to save what a white man created, which he didn't create in our own interests. He didn't create that in our own interests. Or anybody can tell me that white man created that in our own interests. So if he didn't create it in our own interest, why don't we sit down and say, okay, well, we are going to be neighbors with the Hausas. The Hausa man wants to have oil in Igbo land. Okay, pipe this line, pipe this thing to the Hausa man so that they can have oil or gas. They can pipe it to them. The after all, it's already there. So I don't understand this idea that we must be in Nigeria. Nobody wants a secession. And then when we say, okay, give us referendum so that we determine this once and for all. And then people will start saying, no, he's committing terrorism. You know, and that's the reason why, because he's asking, let's have a referendum, which is, to me, a democratic process for people to come together and say, okay, well, we have agreed to live together, or no, we are not compatible, because culturally, in terms of value system, we are incompatible. So can we exist just like Europeans exist here? There are small countries that are less than 1 million here in Europe, and they have grown economically because they are politically stable, and they have more. All of us are take asylum in these small countries. So can't we reason, you know, as people, you know, have a different way to reason, to understand that the problem of Nigeria is not much of leadership. It has nothing to do with this, but the political problem has to be solved because the society is not governed based on its cultural and value systems.
All right, thank you, Chris. Let you go right now.
Anyway, I'm gonna, you know, I will be listening from my behind. So I have, if I need to give, I leave. So, but this is my last.
All right.
Sorry, Mr. KG, please. I just give me just few minutes. Let me say something. I'll go back. Hold on. I
want Ify to talk because if
she will talk now. I know. Just I want you to say something clear before I leave. Let me say something clear before I leave. Mr. Ike, truth be told, maybe like you say, you don't understand what I'm saying. The question I was talking about Iyaloja, I did not say it was right or it was wrong. Yeah, the question put for me was if he's aware. So I was just trying to paint the story of how the scenario unfolded. She came, did the installation before she went to the market, to the palace. You understand? So by that explanation, yes, she came to do her installation first. The second question KJ asked was if the Oba has come out to put forward to a statement now that no, cancel the installation. And my argument is now no, the king is too busy. He's not even supposed to even interfere. There are chiefs who have responsibility to interfere for that kind of stuff. That are supposed to interfere. It's not supposed to even get to the king talking about it at all. Chiefs are just like you have commissioner for this, commissioner for land and survey, commissioner for chief or whatever. There are also chiefs in the palace that are assigned for things like that have to deal with market issue. So because she's daughter of Tinubu now, so they want to make it this grand style of a thing, and the government is involved. They have to involve the palace, which I always blame the palace for getting their hands involved in politics. Things like that are supposed to be handled by the chiefs. You understand? And so the question of saying yes or no question, my answer was she came, did installation before going to the palace. Then your second question was, has the palace put a statement, or the Oba put a statement to cancel whatever she has done? The answer is no. You understand? And the Oba is not even supposed to put the statement. It's the palace that will put the statement to that if they want to do that. As of now, I don't know. You understand? So Mr. Ike, so that's probably I'm trying to explain. I'm not explaining anything. Yes or no is okay, but sometimes I just want to give you the picture scenario of what happened.
No copy. You need to move. Thank you.
And the idea the idea of Masker saying 2 emir, yeah. Yes, there might be 2 emir.
This thing have already been dealt with. Now let's move on now.
No, hold on now. I'm saying I'm leaving.
No, I'm not holding on again. Holding on. No copy. Calm down. Make other people talk now.
No, let me just finish and leave now. Just 1 minute now. You're not costing anything now. Please, I beg you. You understand? So, Masker, the way you talk about 2 emirs here, are you saying that 2 emirs are being recognized constitutionally or traditionally in Kano right now? Or they are still having their political basbos, whatever? Are you saying that is fully settled and agreed now that there are 2 emirs in Kano? From henceforth, there should be 2 emirs. You understand? Because the political rubbish that they are doing can allow, can make 2 of them be arguing and be there. 2 of them, one is backed by the state government, the other one is backed by federal government or by the court. So 2 of them can be there while they are having the argument.
I'm sorry.
Is it from now
that's okay. The question is understood. Thank you. All right. Let's move on. Masker, you respond to that when it gets your turn. If you are welcome.
No, I'm not even going to respond because he's making it look as if it's me saying it. I've said it before. Go and check what it is. It's not me saying it. Go and check it. We are living in an age where everything can be verified.
All right, thank you. So because I thought as much.
From now henceforth, there should be 2 emirs from now henceforth.
No. To copy, stop. There are 2 emirs in Kanu. There's Emir Sanusi and there's the Emir Lamido. Is it Lamido or what is his name?
Oh, it's Bayero.
Bayero. He's still there. Both of them are there. The only difference that he moved out of the palace, the real known palace, and the other one is there. So let's move on. If he good to see you, are welcome. You must have come for a purpose. And so let us hear your own opinion. It could be different from all of us. But here we go.
Hi, guys. Good evening, everybody. Hey, Masker. Uncle I, good evening, sir. Otti, my brother. Christian, good evening, sir. KJ, my brother.
Nigeria. I'm not deceived by this, my brother. We know your mouth can be sharp, so...
No, my mouth is not gonna be sharp, but we have to be honest, honestly speaking.
All right.
If this Niger matter no dey tire you people, it don't tire me, to be honest with you. I don't have any interest anymore, in as much as I love my country more than anything. So let's even start with what happened in Benin. So now you people are talking about it. I mean, I was like, why did she not do this when Buhari was in power? Why did she not do that? So why did she choose to do it now? Her father is in power. First of all, is it even necessary? Of what economic impact is this going to have in Nigeria as a country, or even in the state of Benin? Of what impact? We have a lot of things we have to worry about what is going on in our country. And somebody will leave Lagos to come and give somebody a title. From Lagos now, she will move down maybe to another state to give title. I mean, what Arab nonsense is that? Anyway, that is by the way. Masker, you know, I read a comment and I said I disagree with you. And let me tell you, what I mean by that. Initially, I used to be like, I want us to stay together because as a country, there are so many things that, unite us together. I want us to stay together, but I don't want that anymore. Of course, we all believe, I don't want to say that Igbos are marginalized. There are other parts of the country. But if you want a country to develop, a country of 200 and something million to develop. You can't just put that development just in one area or in one state. Look at Lagos, look at Abuja. Where else can you say that is developing Nigeria? Now, we know that Igbos, not because I am Igbo, but I'm proud to be one anyway. But now we know that Igbos, I hate to say this, but I have to. If you don't like it, I mean, I'm so sorry, but that's my own opinion. We hold the economy of Nigeria. I might be lying, I might be wrong, but I think we do. In a typical sense of mind, you would say, you know what? These people, they're supposed to have their seaport. Do we even supposed to have a seaport in Lagos just because we have the sea over there? Igbos, they're supposed to have a seaport. Igbos, they're supposed to have an international airport. Like somebody said, we are the most traveled tribe in the whole of Nigeria, and we are the most marginalized. There is no place in Nigeria that you go, you not see any Igbo person there. If you go to any place and you look around and you don't see any Igbo person, just leave that place. But look at how we're being treated. We are just being treated like a fourth or fifth class citizen. But most of that, I blame it among the Igbos because we are fighting each other. We are our own worst enemy. I always say that, even including my brothers. If you people see what is happening in this country, it's going to get worse. So the earlier, the better you start going home to develop. We have a lot of land to develop east. Growing up, a lot of people weren't even moving to Lagos. I remember when people in Lagos used to come down to east to buy a market and then go back to Lagos. I remember those days. But now everybody's rushing to Lagos. Lagos, you breathe in, the next person will breathe out, or the next person breathe out, you breathe it in. What kind of development is in Lagos? Apart from that seaport, what else is in Lagos? So let's even talk about it. But this message is for my Igbo brothers. The earlier you people begin to understand that we are very, very far from being part of this country called Nigeria, the earlier, the better you begin to go back home to develop your area. An upcoming election, I'm not even going to talk about P2B. The upcoming election, you guys heard about what somebody transport, Lagos transport, whatever. He publicly said it. Is that supposed to be a democratic country? Is that supposed to be a democratic country? And nothing happened. When the other guy said, yeah, Chinedu, yeah, whatever, nobody said something. But Igbo man, I think he's a businessman, said something, and they kept this man for 2 years, or more than 2 years, in jail. Imagine if an Igbo person made that utterance that if you vote for this person, the person will still be in jail, just like Nnamdi Kanu is in now. I'm not a fan of Nnamdi Kanu. Let's get it clear. I'm not a fan. But is he being treated fairly? No. You will go and negotiate with bandits, but you will not negotiate with Nnamdi Kanu. Bandits are roaming around. You know where they are. Nobody's saying anything. You're negotiating with them. Tell me what they have done. I mean, they have done worse than anything you can ever think of. Look at what happened in Kwara. And nobody's saying anything. In the same country, you want me to be part of it. And like I always tell you people, I am an Igbo, but the question, can I go to Kaduna and get a job in the government parastatal? I don't think so. My name alone. Can I go to Sokoto or Zamfara? No, I'm not going to get a job. My dressing alone will not get me a job. So let us tell ourselves the truth. Is this the country that I want to be part of? I don't think so. I hate when people compare. Yes, I live in America. Yes, it's not a perfect country, but yes, I am comfortable here. It's not perfect. But the problem they have in this country is not the same thing. People always say, hey, it took America 200 and something. Are you trying to tell me that we have to wait for 500 years? We are not even making progress. That's even the interesting part. We are not making progress. To say, okay, maybe 20 years from now. Instead, we are going backwards. That you can see development. All this money we are borrowing and borrowing and borrowing. Who's going to pay for this? What are they using this money to do? Tinubu went to a funeral of the mother of, I think, APC president or chairman. But people in every day. This man is not even saying anything. You are talking about unity. Who are you uniting? Who are you uniting? Let us tell ourselves the truth. Unity where? There can never be, I'm sorry to say it, but there can never be peace in that country. No matter how much you want to pray. You can pray from January to, there will never be peace in that country.
There will be peace,
there will never be peace.
There will be peace.
No, there will never be peace.
There will be peace.
Okay, all right. But we'll see. For the past 10, 15 years, where is the peace? Is it not getting worse? You know, we have to be very realistic. Let us stop lying to ourselves. We know what is happening. It's happening in our eyes and we are seeing it. Is it not in the same country that they died Deborah? Is it not the same country that Somi died? Is it not the same country that people are buying every day? And nobody, after 1 week, it dies down until another one happens. Somebody will tell you, may Nigeria never happen to you. We talk about it 1 week, after 1 week, we forget about it till another one happens. We talk about it 1 week, there is no solution. And these things keep happening and keep happening and keep happening. Where is the peace? Where is the unity? When are you going to get it? It's not going to happen whether we like it or not. I'm not even going to talk about P2B. Because where I am now with P2B, all of you need to sit down together. You are, Maska, you said something that Igbo people, you don't think Igbo people want to disintegrate. They want to now, even if they don't want before.
That's not true. People who have left the country, people who are having fun with their life, they say that. But the truth is that the average person on the street,
that's not true.
That's not on his agenda.
That's okay. That's okay. Put it on the map.
Let's have a referendum.
Yeah, put it on the map and see. Put a vote now. Let's
make it sound as if I'm in a position to make any referendum.
No, we are talking. We are just having a conversation.
Well, I know. But look, the truth is that I'm here in Nigeria, and I can tell you that yes, I live most of the time in Abuja, but I move around, and I'm lucky. I'm not that type of person that yes, God has blessed me, but I'm not the type to sit in my cocoon and avoid the lower ranks of society. I mingle with everybody. I have friends across not just tribal lines, but even in terms of social strata. I know people who are in the market in Kano. It's the idea that, okay, you are going to disintegrate the country. How does it affect him? How does it help him?
But let me tell you something. They might not say that to your face, but behind, they are crying. Forget about it.
Crying about what?
And let me tell you something. Right? Like my brother Christian said, let us have a referendum. Or let us say, let's have a vote. And
okay, see, Iffy. So let's call a spade so that we can remove all the fat and deal with the real things. I've always said on this platform, these things we keep saying, this is the thing I also say, that we Nigerians, when you're comfortable, we have a way of speaking things that it's even up. So who do you think would give a referendum? You think the truth is that if we really want to sort out even this referendum, I've said it, if the Igbos want to move away from Nigeria as a country, the people at the helm of affairs now are not interested in anything meaningful.
That part I agree with. No. That part I agree with.
The idea for me, the idea is that, look, even if people look, the truth is there's nothing Nigeria will do for me that if Kano State is a country itself, that Kano State will not do for me, sincerely speaking.
Let me tell you something.
Wait, Ife, you've spoken, so I just want to...
I didn't finish before you interrupted me, sir.
Okay, sorry, Ife, I don't mean to... I couldn't have interrupted.
No, go ahead, Pastor, go ahead. Continue, go ahead.
Yes, because for me, I think the real issue is that this country is how do I, what's the word now? It's not leadership. I agree with Christian. The problem is not leadership. It's the people that we need to take responsibility for our country. And I believe it's people like me and you that should take that responsibility. And I consistently say that if we take that responsibility, all these issues will move away. We will fix this country. And if this country is fixed, I can assure you that no Igbo man, no tribe would want to leave the country, sincerely speaking. But I believe that if this country is working well and a set of the people say they want to go away, I'm sure that people will tell them to go.
Let me tell you something. The only reason why Igbos or other people are wanting to go is because the country is not working. It has never worked. We've been patching each other, trying to accommodate each other, managing each other. But it has
why
never
why do you think the country is not working? Is it because people hate Igbos? That's why the country is not working?
No, that's not what I'm saying. No, that's not what I'm saying.
I'm not.
What I'm trying to say is that if you want to develop a country like Nigeria, you can't just come to a place and just more or less and put like Lagos, Abuja, and what other states can I even say? This is only 2 states that I can say that is really, really developed in Nigeria. And just development there, no other states. There is no way. I live in this country where we are, not because I'm comfortable here. I want to go home. I love going to Nigeria every year. Let me tell you something. Emotions, anytime I'm going to Nigeria, it's like as if I will never come back here. Anytime I'm coming back, I get to the airport, you will see me crying. People wonder, what is wrong with this woman? Why is she crying? Because this is not home for me. I know where I belong. I love my country. But don't expect me to go to that country knowing fully well that anything can happen. My uncle went home now. He didn't even stay up to 2 weeks. Boom. He's on his way back to...
Me, I'm here in Nigeria.
I understand
and that I've lived outside Nigeria.
I have family. Masker. I understand that. But you never know where it can happen to you. You never know. That's why people are running. 2 a.m. I get up. There was a time I used to do 2A to 2P. 1:30, I'm off to work. I'm not worried about anything happening to me. But 7, 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, everybody's rushing to go home. We don't have no security. Okay, Tinubu is telling us that he's going to bring investors. How many investors have come to Nigeria to invest? Okay, let's talk about it. How many investors? How can you bring somebody to a country where there is no security? How can you bring somebody to a country where there is not even permanent electricity? How do you expect development to happen? Let's forget about Igbo disintegration, but you want that country to, to move forward. No infrastructure. We don't even have doctors and nurses. Everybody's escaping. They're not living. They are running away. Your president is going to another country to receive healthcare. Most of all your political elites, all of them, they go to different countries. And guess who is treating them there? Foreigners. We.
And what is the solution? So yeah, I mean, we
don't have good leaders. I understand, but let me tell you something. You see the solution to Nigeria?
Yes, apart from disintegration.
Okay, so let me say this. To be honest with you, until we are ready to take back our country from these crooks.
Sorry, there's no other solution other than disintegrating the country.
No,
how about restructuring?
Somebody, why is it not working? The reason it's not working is because of cultural and value differences. The cultural and value differences,
foundational problems,
diversity, incompatible diversity in culture and value. These are, and every society develops based on its culture. Every society develops based on its culture. So the rearrangement of Nigeria into 3 or 4 different nations, or 10 nations, or 100 nations, cannot stop the whole territory from benefiting from corporations that these people can get. For instance, in Europe here, it took them years of wars, years of fighting before they now realize that ethnicity is the basis for national development, for for building a country. So each ethnic nationality here in Europe is always a nation, it's always a country. Okay, so you have small countries that are up to just not more than 1 million. Okay, they are country and they are developing, but they attach themselves as European Union. So we can have a larger union, you know, based on the fact that each one will now say, this is the kind of you know, what I want.
Allow me just
let me finish. If we are having our own countries, you can now come together and say, this is what I am willing to trade, okay, for us to have a union. Say, I want us to say, like, maybe something like defense, or maybe not even defense, or external defense, or kind of anything. Say, but the point is that you must have different systems. For instance, the way the Northerners or the Hausa man wants to be ruled is different from the way an Igbo man wants to be ruled. I do not see how you can have one national electoral commission running the whole different countries. It has never happened. Even there in years where you are, each state will have their own electoral commission or whatever as they do it. So, but here in Nigeria, you have everything, just one central position, everything unitary. You can never have such a unitary system. Run a diverse culture, a diverse as Nigeria.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you. We've had a very robust discussion, and I want us to begin to round up. And I want to hamper, or rather or jump on, or whatever it is. My head is very is running out now. I want to jump on what you said last, which is that when you want to make a thing not work, you make it central. You know, central everything. You control where the water comes from. You control where the rope, all those things. But if you leave it to we can have a union that is confederacy. We can have a union that, because when we had a confederacy, the North worked, the West worked, the East worked. Okay? But now it is central, and when you have central, the governors can't even get the commissioners of police to act on their instructions. So stuff can be going on in their state and they are helpless. The people will wake up and cry to them, but they don't know the governors can't even do anything. They say, look at the big man with us, and the big man can't do anything. The governor himself will want to take up the call, you know, in courage, and call the police commissioner, and he'll tell you, okay, I'm waiting for instruction from Abuja. Nobody develops that way. Nobody. No countries develop that way. And these facts are things that the elites do not want to discuss, because it pays all of them. It pays the Igbo leaders, because of that, they're not responding to anybody. So it pays them. So it doesn't matter to them. They can be, you know, they owe nobody any explanation. It pays the people of the middle belt. You know, I mean, Akume is the secretary of government. What has he talked about going on in the Benue? Nothing. It pays him. You know, it pays the people in Kanu and Kaduna and the rest, because what, all of them are benefiting from the largesse coming from the federal government. So, and then the worst part of it is that the Nigerian people are not ready to even stand up and say, we have had enough of this thing. So the question and the discussion goes on. You know, I will, on this note, ask Mr. Otti to use 2 minutes to round up, and I'll come to Maska and the rest, and we'll now, you know, close the show. But Maska, I want to tell you something. You still have to prepare, because I'm coming, you know, with more of these things. I'm going to bring a lot of pushback with facts. Why I keep saying that the marginalization seems to be weighing too much to the south. But then that's a discussion for another day. Mr. Otti, can you give us
the word south, KJ? Because the word south now is broken into different pieces, at least.
You know, I agree with you, and that is really the problem of the Nigerian society. You see, they keep dividing it into sub sections. So the smaller the sections, the less effective they are. The smaller the sections, the less effective they are, and they easily the easier it is for them to just pinch the leaders out, or pinch the people so-called leaders, and then just hold them to ransom, and they hold their people to ransom. We need to have a more wider discussion on how to go
And
about
actually,
that.
just 30 seconds to piggyback on this thing that this concept you just said. If you ask me,
yes, go ahead.
This is for me the danger of this storyline that we are taking, where we want to use our hand to continuously disintegrate ourselves. When Christians spoke about incomparable or incompatible diversity,
incompatible.
The reality is that, look, the real incompatible diversity is between the black man and the white man. That's the real well, you can shake your head as much as you want, but the truth is that if you look at
Muscat, can I just let me just
if I allow somebody to land a point, people will shake hands and interject. So you wouldn't know what I want to say, but let's see how that will make us better people. Go ahead.
I know what you want to say, okay, but you see,
so you can't know now. How can you know?
Okay, let me put it this way. I'll take time, and this is my final contribution. Look, you see even what I'm going to say, you won't disagree with that, okay? You see, the thing about incompatibility, perhaps, well, it is there. Christian is correct, and you're not right to say that is only between. I mean, the incompatibility is between only the Africans and the Europeans. No, even amongst Europeans, they also have incompatibility. The French and the Germans and the English, they're not, necessarily the same people. Or
I use the word "the real." There are a lot of phantom things.
But it's still an issue. So, but anyway,
people who sat around the table divided our continent, and you are telling me that they are incompatible.
Okay. Let's put it this way. Even with the incompatibility, I mean, even between one village and another, there are differences. Okay. So, but that's not the main thing. What is important is what everybody can agree with, even yourself, Masker. This kind of autonomy. In other words, an individual, and then when it comes to wider society, a nation, Igbo nation, Hausa nation, Yoruba nation, having a sense of autonomy. In other words, they are determining their destiny. Okay, so Nigeria as it is, okay, let's even disintegration. We can put that aside. If it is too controversial, and I think it is, but at least this restructuring, common language is commonplace. Everybody understands it. I mean, you can't even object to that, Masker. So because this over centralization is not helping anybody, it's only helping those that are kind of benefiting from the disorder. So restructuring or reconstitution, let's all kind of give ourselves some space so that we can, each nation, each region, each people can develop at their own pace, and that's where now their cultural, if like, identity, can really play a role in the way they want to develop as a people, as a nation. So we can have all these nations, 4 of them, 5 of them, 6 of them within the geographical space, Nigerian geographical space now, and so it won't stop us from kind of being good neighbors, and intermarrying, doing all these things. But at least that political control, we're able to control our respective destinies, and so that this talk, fear of domination will no longer be there, so. Yes, I'm saying something as Christian, and Musk, I'm saying you can't object to this, right? Restructuring, confederacy, as so a reconstitution that would work, I believe. But going forward, I mean, it is the situation we are in now. The structure is not sustainable. That's the fact of the matter. It's only good for people like Mr. Tinubu and his
all right, thank you.
And lady.
Thank you.
Lady and gentlemen.
Master, your turn.
All right. I don't even know where to start, but let me put it on record. I have nothing against Nigeria disintegrating. Okay. I have nothing against the Igbo people or the Yoruba people going. Okay. I can tell you for fact that I read some write-ups by northern intellectuals. You know, the sentiment sometimes is, look, let's secede, let's break away. But what I have an issue with is where people don't see things clearly when you get into a big ball of confusion. I have no iota of doubt in my mind that if there is anybody dominating anybody, it's the white people dominating us. I have no single doubt in my mind. Have that absolute clarity that whatever is happening today in the world, the white people, no matter how you look at them, they sat down on one table. It's almost unbelievable to sit on one table, look at other people and divide them and take your share like cake, spread them around. And this thing, we are not talking about thousands of years ago. It's just, I can say a couple of years ago. The ink they use in doing that petition and dividing of Africa, the ink has not dried yet. And the truth is that they are still doing that. Leave even Africa out. These people did exactly the same thing. If you go to, let's say, Latin America, for instance, today, it's the same thing. These same people divided this thing. And the reason why these people were able to do this is simply because of the black man's mentality, where your biggest enemy is your neighbor. And this is not just in terms of tribes. I can put it to you. Locally, I see it happen. In Nigerian setting, in an African setting, you see the man in the street. He wants to be the biggest man on the street. There's this guy, Ferreira. I like what he used to say. Big manism. In this country, these same people were complaining about. Once you get small appointment, everybody wants to lord over the other person. The next person is your enemy. You want to combat the next person, and there is a bigger force that is dealing with all of you people. And we have not been able to see that. This is, for me, the main issue, that we keep squabbling among ourselves. But that squabble is not going to take us anywhere. Even if Igbo people have their own country, it will still be within the African continent. And I put it to all the Igbo people. There are people looking at the African continent. They don't want to know where this is Igbo, where this is outside, this is Yoruba, this is whatever tribe it is across the continent. Okay? But that is part of it. For me, the real thing I always tell people, or I'm trying to preach, is that the problem with this country as it is today is not a tribal problem. It's not a tribal problem. It's an abdication of responsibility. The poor people on the street cannot do anything if we're expecting them to do anything. They have been so bastardized, so traumatized today. And there's so much apathy. They've made so many attempts, and the people they have trusted have failed them so many times over and over that there's so much apathy in this country. People won't believe it. People will tell you that what is the point either to go and vote? What is the point to even riot? How many riots? Even me as a person, I know how many riots we've done on the street. But the fact that nothing have come of it doesn't stop me from believing or sliding into the state my sister has fallen into. I believe that, look, it's not even a matter of belief. We don't have a choice as a people. What is the choice? That we are going to allow, are they going to exterminate us? It's not a choice. We must make this place work. We don't have a choice. Forget the fact that all of you are there. In the end, it will still come back to that. You must make your home work. It's not a choice. We don't have a choice. And I have no particular interest how this thing will work, whether it's by separating, disintegrating. I have no particular interest. But all I'm saying is that we should not abdicate responsibility. And I believe that the issue we're having in this country is because we've abdicated responsibility. Most of these people that you call leaders, if you take even the Tinubu himself, you take, let's say, the Senate president today, what's his name? Akpabio. What is their pedigree? If they put all these people with me and you on this same panel now, honestly speaking, we are more better than these people. We have allowed the society to bring up the worst of us to be the top. And then instead of looking at them and saying, how do we clear these people aside and bring credible set of people to manage affairs, we keep squabbling among ourselves. And it's very unfortunate. The problems are all over. That's why I was quick to show when people are complaining that the Aloja of Benin, forget about Benin. There is same problem in Kano at a bigger level. Everywhere. This is nothing but impunity. Impunity is the case of what's this guy that you are talking about, the Nnamdi Kanu. It's impunity. Okay? The fact that you have two emirs is impunity. This is the issue, and it's across the board. So we, the educated ones, the ones that a little bit of naira and kobo, we should work together. We will complain. The elections will come. It will go. We will continue to complain. Even if you want the country to be divided, it's not going to be on a platter of gold. People must sit down, think, organize, and work towards it. It's not by just saying or crying and complaining. So that's my rant. I think it's ranting, but I think that's my position.
So much, Masker. Thank you so much. Thank you. Ike.
Yeah, thank you everybody, KJ, for hosting us tonight. My sister, if it has really been a long time, I'm happy to see you tonight.
Wow.
I miss you a lot, you know, and I'm happy to see you, you know, really. I hope everything is good with you. You know, I know you are frustrated about Nigeria, your country, but, you know, we cannot stop talking because we believe that even though we are not there, but our talk is doing something. We might not see it now. It might be very small, but I think we cannot stop talking. You know, Master said we abdicate our responsibility. Master, I disagree with you completely because I did not, and I don't think any of us did. You know, because you don't know what I'm doing in my village, right? Or you don't know what I'm doing to affect the life of the people over there. You know, I might not be there physically, but we're doing something. You know, we are not abandoning Nigeria, right? We are not abandoning our people. I have every right to say I have no business with Nigeria anymore till I join my Father in heaven, because Nigeria has not given me anything, and I have nothing to lose. Call myself a Nigerian or nothing. But you know, you have your family, you have your friends. I have my friend from Bebeji local government. I have people that I have, you know, have connection. A lot of my friends from Edo State. I'm a detribalized Nigerian. I'm mixed up everywhere. So sometimes if I want to turn my back against Nigeria, when I remember my brothers and sisters and friends back home, you know, and it gives me a pause. But the reality remains, like I said here yesterday, that anybody who says that Nigeria is working, what my prayer here yesterday was, may Nigeria happen to you, you know, because if we that know what is actually going on, know the truth, and when we go on a platform, we try to cover up or pretend that everything is working, that's where the problem is. Because sometimes we forget that thousands or millions of people are watching and listening to us. So all those people who come here to claim to you that Nigeria is working, I said it yesterday uncountable times, because something happened that I was so upset and angry. And I said that may Nigeria happen to anybody who said that Nigeria is working for him or for her. You know, so it's sad, but it is the truth, because Nigeria is not working. We know the problem, you know. I think that I'm happy that we can come together to speak or talk like this, share ideas, you know, because we learn from each other. This is better than university, you know, because sometimes I tell people like KJ, who are journalists, and some of them who who has a lot of books in the library like Otti. I didn't go up to that level, but I learned a lot from them who are so intellectual, you know. So sometimes I abandon my wife and I come here to stay for almost 3-4 hours. What sacrifice is better than that? My wife is playing with her phone on the television today is Sunday. We are supposed to be together to talk about tomorrow. But you see, I'm here talking about the issue of Nigeria. Is it not enough sacrifice to tell you that I want this country to work for everybody, you know, and to work for everybody, that if, like my sister was saying, if I travel to Nigeria, the money that I'm going to spend to go and hire security to follow me everywhere, even if I'm going to the bathroom, I can use that money to go to a woman that has no husband with her children and use that money to bless that woman. The blessings will remain forever in my life. But that's not the case. And I don't want to spend such money, you know, giving security money to protect me. I don't need that. So that's why I prefer that those women, you know, those women or those families, I better bless them. Instead of what am I going to Nigeria to do? To go and see, what am I going to see in Nigeria? What is it? A lot of us have built mansions in Nigeria, but we can't go in there and sleep. If you go home even to Nigeria, you don't sleep in your house. You go to lodge somewhere in a hotel. Early in the morning, you come to your house. Is that a life? It's not life. Because you, Masker, you are living in Nigeria now. You are accustomed already with the situation. You can maneuver Nigeria. But most of us who are living outside here.
No, Mr. Ike, I cannot. Now I have to. I've worked with light. I've installed solar. Now I'm realizing that I have to go and do another borehole for my own house. It's unfortunate.
You see what we are talking? You see what we are talking?
I know.
You see what we are talking about? We just celebrated.
For the last 4 years, I did not travel by road from Abuja to Kano because of bandits.
You can
it's only this month that I was able to manage by road, and my heart was in my mouth till I entered Kano. So it's a difficult place. We know that.
Yeah. So this is why I tell you that, you know, that's why I said that anybody who said Nigeria is working for him, I said Nigeria may happen to you. You know, because look at my sister here is telling you that if you want to go to Nigeria, the same thing you just said now is the way it is. It's the same thing with everybody. Why wouldn't I want my children and my grandchildren to go to Nigeria to spend holidays? But that's the last risk I will ever take in my entire life. I will not do that because it's not safe. It's a fact. Even in your own village, it is your people that will organize the people that will come and kidnap you, even though it's a fact. Because they think you have money. They think you are plucking money on the street. Even with all the whole thing you are doing, you will still some people who will say, okay, he came back now. Let's show him that we are still controlling the village. So there are problems everywhere, my brothers and sisters. I recognize that. And it is sad that it is what it is. You know, so like as you said, I said it here yesterday, they have used poverty to weaken the soul, the mind and the spirit of the common man in the street in Nigeria. They can't react, they can't resist anything. Sometimes I don't blame them. Because somebody who would have not eaten for 2 days or who is looking for how he can get one bread to eat, they are telling him about people in Abuja. No,
right.
He will have to look for money first to eat. So
thank you so much.
I really understand that. So my sister, I love you so much. I'm happy to see you, and please, everybody have a good and a wonderful new week, and we hope to see ourselves on Saturday. Local, remember that. Now play. They just want. They are trying. They are just stirring the water in Edo State.
They're testing the waters. Yeah,
they're testing the water in Edo State. So shine your eyes. Okay.
All right. Thank you so much, Ify.
What else do you want me to say?
Yeah. What's your rant? What
say that Nigeria will work.
What's your party
Nigeria
word?
will not work.
What's your party word?
See this one. Me and you will not agree. Nigeria will not work. Let us stop lying to ourselves, okay? I remember when I was growing up, we all hoped that things will get better. Is it getting better? It's getting worse.
Just quickly, Ife, I will agree with you. What I will say is that Nigeria is in inertia. We need some push so that it will work.
No, there is no push.
Okay.
We are not pushing anything. We are still talking about we are 65 years, right? But okay. Let me just rewind. Masker, or anybody here, tell me one thing you can say that you have benefited from Nigeria as a country. Just one thing.
Don't ask me that question. No, I went to school on scholarship.
Okay, you did.
Yes, I did.
Okay.
I won't lie. I won't lie.
All right.
My teachers in secondary school were very good teachers. My English teacher is from Ghana. My physics teacher is from I think Pakistan. My chemistry teacher from India. It was a good country.
Then
I went to ABU. It was fantastic school. I went to other universities. I could see that I went to an exceptional university at that time.
I have never benefited anything from Nigeria. Not even one thing. I cannot think of anything. My parents saw me through college, right from nursery school up to university. I cannot think of anything that I would say that this country called Nigeria, what they have done for me. But now they're talking about introducing tax in a country where the government is not doing anything for the citizens. So I was talking about that with my sister, and she said, you know what? Many people will stop going to banks. Many people will start going to banks, and what's going to happen? You know, stealing and armed robbery and all that stuff might increase. So, I mean, no matter however you want to look at it, left, right, back and front, I don't see no hope. There is nothing I can think of that I would say, okay, every morning if I wake up, I look forward to, you know, something is going to happen or something is going to change. We keep borrowing and borrowing and borrowing. What are we doing with the money? What are we doing? It's just like every month or every 2 weeks, they will borrow. Where is the money? I can't think of, there is no infrastructure. My sister just came back from China. She said, you know, they are not part of these Chinese people. Every time she goes back, she will see more development, more infrastructure. He says sooner or later they will take over. I said they have already taken over. This thing in America, they are doing it just mago. There is no infrastructure here in this country called America. None. She took pictures and was like, whoa, these people, this is anyway dinana, meaning this is heaven on earth. That's the way she described it. We are busy praying, binding and casting. I can't hear Adeboye anymore. I can't hear Onyedepo. Onyedepo even speaks back and, you know, every now and then. But Onyedepo just all of a sudden went numb. We can't hear him no more. In this country called Nigeria. And somebody is telling me that it will work. It's all imagination. We are just imagining it. Imagining it. It's going to happen. Let us tell ourselves the truth. I tell people, if you have the opportunity to japa, that's where I am now. If you're hoping that anybody's going to, including P2B, nobody's going to fix Nigeria until we are ready to drive this elite, so-called these grandpas, great-grandpas. Tinubu is the president of Nigeria. We don't even know his actual age. We don't even know his real name. Everything about him is just so weird. A president of a country. And you're telling me that now the minister for, power came out, and now I think he's running for a state governorship election coming up. Right? And he said it's his turn. It's turn by turn. When will he get to my own turn? Let's not even talk about it. When will he get to my turn?
Okay. Thank you. If
it never happen. Masker, if me and you have to set up a fight.
It's your imagination running away with you. It will work.
Masker, me and you go fight, tire. It will not work. Let us tell ourselves the truth. Whether we like it or not. Today is what? Today is October 5th, 2025. 10 years from now, we'll be like...
In all honesty, 10 years is too short a time to fix this country.
Even 100 years from now.
No, I think
hope.
Give Nigeria 30 years. No, give Nigeria 30 years.
You'll be shocked. I mean, that's what they told me like 20 years ago. They say Vision 2020. I was so looking forward to that Vision 2020.
And guess what? This
is 5 years from now.
If I think that 20 years ago, they told you Jesus is coming soon now. So
no, I said so. No, don't bring us into it, please.
No,
my brother Masker. I love you so much.
Jesus is coming
No
soon.
matter what, I
believe
just
in him.
love your personality. I like you, the fact that I don't even, sometimes I wonder if you're even a northerner, because you're highly educated, you reason differently.
No, see, that's an insult if we take it back. Are you suggesting northerners are not highly educated?
Not all of you.
Not
No, where I'm coming from.
Igbo people are educated, please. Let's stop all this.
No, you know what I mean. You know what
honestly, I don't know. Sincerely.
Okay, I apologize, but I'm sure other people know what I'm talking about.
Okay, thank you so much. If
I
you
still love you, Master.
I love you too,
It's
Efe,
not
but
gonna
don't
change
let
anything. It's not gonna change anything.
It's okay.
I still love you with all my heart.
Okay, I thank you so much. If you, at least we know the people you love on the channel, so those of us who are not loved, let us move on.
Are you jealous?
Not a problem. It's okay. Local P.
No, that is my turn. Okay. Anyways, I don't know. The idea of Nigeria will work or Nigeria will not work. The truth is, most of us are really, really complaining. Yeah. If we really ask the question, to be sincere, what are we really, really, really doing? What effort are we really putting? Let's be sincere first. What effort are we really putting to make sure it works? That this country we are looking for, we are really putting effort to work. Because what most of us are really doing is just this nonsense mentality of so let me not call it Christian mentality, but leave it for God. No, God go down. Let's pray. God will send somebody, God will do it. We always want to leave everything for God. We don't really want to do anything, not to put any effort, not to sacrifice. I mean, there was a time in England when if you go to some public place, they will tell you no blacks, no Irish, no dogs. Yeah. So it's only strictly British people, you understand? And it was too much that the Irish and the black people, they did not say no because they are marginalizing them. Let us leave this place for them and go somewhere else. The Irish and the black people, they like, no, we have common enemy. What do? We don't know if they hate us more because obviously the British, the white people, then British people, they will definitely hate the blacks far, far more than their own Irish kind of people. But they also tell you no Irish, no blacks, no dogs. So but it got to a point, the Irish and the blacks decide to like, what do? We have same common enemy. Let's put our difference aside, let's come together and fight these people. And they did. And today you have a country where Irish, blacks, and British people, they live together. Even if there are still some pockets of slight whatever you have in there. You understand? So saying that the country will not work, yeah, it's as if you are just like putting a curse on the country, not understanding the fact that you also have loved ones there. If the country do not work, it's also going to affect them there too. So it's also always better like, yes, the country will work and we should also always do what we need to do. But the problem in Nigeria is like we're just so docile. I think this I too know syndrome that we have in Nigeria, like we know best and we always give idea, give 2 cents, but the action is not done, it's not seen. Because if you do 1 or 2 things, we try the first time, try second time, and we fail. We just believe and leave it, and we've tried our best, nothing happened. Yeah, at least there's what we call consistency. They say practice make perfect. So by the time you try, one day you break through. These people you are fighting against, they know what they are doing. They know that if these people wake up one day, their own is finished. So what do? Let's divide the states. Yeah, I believe in the 70s when we see had no, I think even you are up to 87. You understand? Where we only have 2 major eastern states, which is Anambra and Imo. Yeah, if that is what we still have to today, I don't think this division that you have amongst even within the southeastern region will happen. They will be there. At least they will believe that yes, we have 2 states, and this is all what we have. It is you and me together. Let's fight these people. But now that we now have 5, before you now rally up together, this and that, there's division. Same thing with what you have in the what do you call them, the southern part of the country. You understand, or rather south. They also, what did they do? Divide Bayelsa and Rivers. What did they do in the other one? Akwa Ibom and Uyo, the same thing. I said Akwa Ibom, Uyo. Rivers, exactly. Bayelsa. Then what else again? I think then Edo Delta, the same thing. We agreed. Osun Ekiti, we agreed for this things to be done, thinking we are smart, not knowing that we are punishing ourselves by becoming smaller entities. Now that we are much in number, now look at where we find ourselves. And now they are even still pushing of another Anyoma state coming up to make it even more smaller, to be oppressed. Not that you are making it smaller to have more power. These things just come because you just want greed. Let us make it small so that the money that we are sharing instead of development will go around. Meanwhile, you're supposed to talk about development, not even money sharing. So I think the best thing for us to just do is look, rather than us complaining, let's look for how we can. I know, yes, it's somehow because we kind of those are in the way we think or the way we act. Let's try and put in effort, not even by money, action. You understand? If we have like, I always tell these people, this young woman in from Edo State that is doing this thing they call Very Dark Man. If they have like 20 Very Dark Man in during Obasanjo's tenure till now, I think by now there would have been a serious effect of people change, because I see youth these days. There was one video I was watching, was it not yesterday or thereabouts? Even in the Very Dark Man's channel, I remember, when they show some boys from Ogwashuku doing court activities, robbery, they were even taking gun, challenging police, not the Apple police go die today. And what are these boys' age? From 16 years to 20 years. They're just, 16 to 20. What God? I remember by 16 years old, they're not bombing away. So I said, at the challenge police. We have the mind compare. Look at what these boys are doing. So because we are just talking, Nigeria will not work, we're not doing anything. These young boys that we think nothing is happening, these boys are going to unthinkable things that we can't even imagine. You understand? So please, the idea of nothing can happen, let's divide. No, let's put hands together, because if you are complaining that the country is not working for you, ask yourself truly.
All right.
That you are living. Is it that how they just still keep their hand? The America is not working and they kept quiet? No, they don't have the perfect leaders then, but they also fought. The city also fought to make sure that they have what they have today. Civil rights that we have in America today, they've killed lots of black people, but the black people they were still pushing on the civil rights came through, and look at where they are today.
Okay, I need to.
Not working, man. Come on.
Thank you so much, Local P. In fact, you all have done what Napoleon could not do, and I praise you all for sitting around. We have had a 4 hours 30 minutes, and I don't want to drag beyond that. Well, our maximum hour was supposed to be 3 hours, but because of the very eminent personalities that came in, I said to allow you guys to say more. So I want to thank you, Mr. Chris, for coming in. Thank you for your contribution. You have been sitting throughout, right from the very first, hour till today, till this moment. Thank you, Otti, who also has made a very useful contribution to all of us. And I thank you, Maska, for coming in and your time and your treasure, because I know that out here we can say our data is a bit flexible, but yours there we know it's not flexible at all. We know it's a lot of money. Even for 1 hour.
I saw how the invited guests were struggling. In my mind, I'll say, okay, now these people.
No, we will have to find time to give you that Maska, because I really feel, when you stay this long, what goes on, God bless you for coming in and giving your thoughts. I pray that those people in policy should sit down sometimes, not only send their people in here, but also listen to the suggestions being made. And then take that and run with it, because these are the thoughts and the feelings of Nigeria in the street, and it will make a lot of difference if they take it. Thank you, Mr. Ike, for coming in. Also, you've been here, and I understand that you have to be with your wife, but here you are, right from the very first show till now. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Ify.
All of us will join you in thanking Ify.
Yes, I'm glad that
she's made it clear that we are not how do you put it now? We black people, we are friendly with our women.
No, I mean, of course, I love coming to, this show all the time. But I gotta go make money, Maska, because look, the people back home will be dragging you as if you don't have. And that's what Uncle Ike was saying, is that once you are, just if I show you my messages, I mean, sometimes I just wonder, do you think that we don't have responsibilities here? Yesterday, I was talking about inflation. Uncle KJ, you know what I mean? Everything is going up, but your paycheck remains the same. You know, we are supporting a lot of the money. Most of us here send money back home more than we spend on our own.
Yes, very true.
I can imagine the country. People are really suffering here. People are really suffering.
You know, the private have a lot of stuff just to support people back home. Sometimes I feel like, wait a minute, did I just send this money? But I can't even do $50 or $100 of something for myself. But you will send money just like that.
That's how sad it is. Thank you so much.
God will bless you. God will bless you.
Good night, guys. Thank you. It's my pleasure seeing all of you.
Thank you.
Hi, Uncle KJ.
Good night, everyone. Have a nice week.
My brother.
We didn't thank Lokopio, maybe because of the
Uncle Ike. Good night, everybody.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Lokopio.
Good night,
everyone.
Thank you for hosting.
Thank you. As we put our red eye on what's going on in the Oba's palace, and hoping that they will not try what they have been trying also with the revered Oba. I want to thank all those who are able to also support us. Oscar Blackbone, thank you so much. You have been so wonderful. Thank you for your comments. I read all of them. And thank you also, Young One, right? Thank you. You did so much. Thank you for also supporting us. God bless you and replenish all that you have been able to exhaust this evening. And that is it. That is it. The beat goes on, as they say those days. And we are only trying to just contribute our part. And for those who would say we're not doing, that's local people who say we're not doing much. This is the much we can do right now. We are spending our time and our talent. These are the lives we have spent together this evening cannot be recovered. We have spent it, And we have spent it not on any other thing, but discussing the national issue that have come to be on our plate and this time of Nigerian development. Whether you agree with our ideas or not, that is how we see it. You can come and join us and also say how you think it can be done better if you think we're not saying it the way it should be. But then let it not be misconstrued. Nobody here who hates Nigeria to be together. Nobody here who hates one Nigeria. The only reason why we discuss some of these things because we don't want more people, more carnage to be going on in that locality. You know, we also discussed about the Igbo reincarnation and the Igbo methodology, the Igbo cosmetology, and the Igbo man's worldview. Although we didn't do much with the Igbo man's worldview. And the Igbo man's worldview is simple: you live, let me live. Ebe boro, uge boro. That's what it means in Igbo language. Let the kite perch. Let the eagle perch. You know, all of them have a place to perch, and the sky is always beautiful and big enough for everyone to be able to find his level, and that's what we pray for Nigeria. It doesn't matter whether you're a northerner, you're a southerner, you're easterner, you're a westerner. We all have the same blood, one blood, red. You know, when you go to the hospital for blood infusion. They don't ask you whether is this Hausa man blood. I want Hausa man blood only. It doesn't happen that way. They don't ask you, is this Igbo man blood? We are all one blood. Unfortunately, the system has said to divide us and make it a bit difficult for people to come together and, you know, chart a way forward. You know, and just like Masca said, the more we are divided, the easier it is for us to be taken. But I don't know how else to say it. Because the system won't even discuss those things we see as a problem. So it becomes difficult to even talk about it. But on that note, we say today has been done, and we thank you all for being here. We thank you all for your time. We thank you all on behalf of Dr. Damages. I say thank you very much until we meet you again next week. God bless all of you.
Tó fẹ́ kú torí ẹ̀ o.